Chapter 732. The seventh metal spirit power condensing Dan drove all the spiritual power of the five elements to condense. After completion, Yang Chen immediately noticed the difference. The surging spiritual power in the body almost broke out of the body. This kind of feeling seemed to only have a sign when he was about to form his nascent soul in his previous life. But that was the feeling of the peak Jedan stage. Now Yang Chen's most powerful spiritual power was only in the early Jedan stage, and it has reached such a level. The control of the seventh metal true essence was more handy. The seventh metal true essence that poured in from the outside of the golden bell was not so unacceptable. Even without the filtering of the dome, it could still be withstood. However, there was too much seventh metal true essence liquid outside. Even if Yang Chen let the gourd keep collecting it, for a full 4 months, he only collected as much seventh metal true essence liquid as the first would true essence spiritual solution. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness now broke through again, and he soon explored the edge of this place. This space was hundreds of feet square and the depth was also hundreds of feet. Compared with the first wood true essence spiritual solution pool under the banyan tree immortals cave, it was not known how many times larger it was. Even if so much seventh metal true essence spiritual solution was absorbed, the gourd had formed a small lake of seventh metal true essence spiritual solution. Even with the mountain river geographical map's absorption, in the space, only a small part was lost. After all, the mountain river geographical map was not a real metal attribute magic weapon. The absorption of the seventh metal true essence spiritual solution was only to enhance the power of the mountain river geographical large formation, and it could not really refine the seventh metal true essence. Everything still needed Yang Chen. The seventh metal true essence condensed Dan. Yang Chen controlled the golden bell and suddenly seemed to have improved a level. With a move in his heart, Yang Chen began to use the scouring of the seventh metal true essence spiritual solution and began to sacrificial refine the golden bell. In the past, Yang Chen was in the Dragon Palace treasure house. With the huge spiritual vein of the East China Sea, he only recognized the master of the golden bell. There was no sacrificial refining at all. However, when it recognized the master, Yang Chen still used a huge spiritual power to light up one of the 9 dragon patterns. It was also because of this illuminated dragon pattern that the golden bell possessed a powerful soul-shaking power. Once the bell rang, those whose sea of consciousness was not condensed would almost immediately faint. Now there was a larger amount of seventh metal true essence liquid at hand, and Yang Chen's seventh metal spirit power had already condensed, so he could control it more easily. He immediately began to sacrificial refine according to the method recorded by the golden bell. The seventh metal true essence liquid outside suddenly seemed to be swallowed by a Dao Tai and quickly rushed towards the golden bell. Compared to before, this speed was simply incomparable. The golden bell refined by the Dragon Clan did not disappoint Yang Chen. Such a terrifying speed of absorbing the seventh metal true essence solution did not cause any problems for the golden bell. In Yang Chen's feeling, the speed of absorption was accelerated, and the golden bell seemed to have a feeling of cheering. This was definitely not Yang Chen's illusion. This feeling really did exist. Yang Chen knew that this was not a bad phenomenon. There was only one reason for the magic weapon to have feelings, that was the existence of the spirit. Now Yang Chen can't communicate with the spirit of the golden bell, and he can only vaguely perceive the existence of the spirit. But this has made Yang Chen overjoyed again. Even if it was a rotten magic weapon, as long as it had a spirit, it was enough to upgrade to a very high level. What's more, the golden bell was not a broken thing, but a good thing that was solemnly collected by the Dragon King in the treasure house of the Dragon Palace. The golden bell seemed to be a big eater that had been hungry for many years. No matter how much seventh metal true essence liquid entered, it seemed that it could not fill its appetite. While sacrificial refining the golden bell, Yang Chen did not forget to collect the seventh metal true essence liquid. The gourd had been opened to the maximum, and the dome hall was also placed aside to let Gong Sunling stay, but he was only under the protection of the golden bell, madly collecting. The speed was more than 10 times faster than before. With the almost endless seventh metal true essence liquid entering the golden bell, the second dragon pattern on the golden bell finally began to change faintly and slowly became clear. Yang Chen knew that once the second dragon pattern was really clear, The golden bell would be upgraded to another level and would have another powerful function. 9 Dragons Body Protection. This was many times stronger than the golden bell shield that was simply used after the golden bell recognized the master. 9 Spirit Dragons, composed entirely of the 7th metal true essence liquid, would always linger around young Chen. No matter how fierce the spiritual power attack was, as long as it could not break the 9 spirit dragons in one blow, these attacks would be absorbed by the spirit dragons and slowly transformed into the power of protection. Of course, it was only limited to spiritual power attacks. Once there was a magic weapon and the like, it would still be borne by the golden bell shield and young Chen himself. Although it seemed that some protection was not comprehensive enough, young Chen was ecstatic. Pure spiritual power protection. In the mortal world, no one could use spiritual power to hurt himself. Even if several masters of the Darching stage joined forces, it would be the same. This was equivalent to giving young Chen an extra life insurance. How could it not make young Chen happy to the point of being unable to control himself? However, to form a spirit dragon composed of 9 7th metal crystal stones, the amount of 7th metal true essence liquid needed was simply massive. If it weren't for the 7th metal true essence here, Tai-Bai Jinxing Li Chang'eng began to accumulate hundreds of thousands of years ago or even earlier, it would not be able to meet such needs. If everything was according to young Chen's normal cultivation, maybe at least to the spiritual world or even the immortal world, this spirit dragon would appear. Young Chen was now only in the early Jedan stage, and he was already able to have a spirit dragon body protection. It was simply a super good luck that could only be possessed by heaven and earth. This alone was enough to make young Chen surprised enough to collect Li Chang'eng's 7th metal true essence. This was not counting the previous 7th metal true essence condensing pill, but also a lot of 7th metal true essence liquid. This could no longer be described as satisfaction. However, in addition to ecstasy, young Chen couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, he had so many good things and opportunities before he came to collect these 7th metal true essence liquid. If he had just built the foundation or even earlier, he would have challenged Li Chang'eng's 7th metal true essence. Maybe there would have been nothing left and he would have been accompanied by the white bone old demon. It seemed that Li Chang'eng left this vein of 7th metal true essence on the immortal executioner stage. It was not entirely a good intention. Maybe there was a plan for revenge. However, everything seemed to be completely unimportant. The important thing was that young Chen did not die, and he also completed so many good things with the help of the 7th metal true essence that made young Chen, who was reborn, feel lucky. In any case, young Chen wanted to thank Tai-Bai Jinxing, the old man, for making people very surprised. Chapter 733. This refinement process took a year's time. Gong Sunling didn't know what young Chen was doing, but looking at young Chen's undistracted appearance, she also knew that young Chen was busy with important things, so she did not disturb young Chen at all. She just quietly cultivated by the side and protected young Chen by the way. Of course, in this place, apart from young Chen and Gong Sunling, other people seemed to fall in and become dregs. There was really nothing left for Gong Sunling to protect. Young Chen was fully devoted, not only to the sacrificial refining of the golden bell, but also to improving his own cultivation base. In a year's time, surrounded by the huge 7th metal true essence liquid outside, the cultivation base of the 7th metal spirit power was also raised to the peak of the early Jedan stage, which was basically the same as the 1st wood spirit power and 10th water spirit power. The 2nd dragon pattern on the golden bell finally lit up completely. With the low bell sound of the golden bell, 2 spirit dragons flew down from the golden bell and appeared abruptly, circling the golden bell and flying up and down. 2. Young Chen couldn't help but be surprised. How could there be only 2? Shouldn't there be 9 dragons protecting the body, and there were 9 spirit dragons? Could it be that something went wrong in the sacrificial refining process? This scene surprised young Chen. If there was a sacrificial refining error, it would really be a reckless waste of natural resources. Such a heaven-defying magic weapon, even if it was destroyed by himself. Young Chen was also anxious, and quickly recalled the information that was transmitted to him when the golden bell recognized him as the master, to see what went wrong, or his own memory was wrong. There was too much information passed to young Chen on the golden bell, and young Chen took a while to sort it out. After understanding everything, he took a long sigh of relief and relaxed. This was not his own sacrificial refining error, but an error in understanding. 9 dragons protecting the body was 9 dragons protecting the body, and it would appear when the second dragon pattern was lit up. However, it was not that the 9 dragons appeared at once, but every time a dragon pattern was lit, there would be one more dragon protecting the body. Now there were only 2 dragon patterns lit up, and naturally there were only 2 spirit dragons. Everything was normal. Although there was no protection at the level of 9 dragons protecting the body, the 2 spirit dragons really surprised young Chen. After the 2 spirit dragons circled outside the golden bell for a long time, they disappeared on the surface of the golden bell. Only when attacked, the spirit dragon would appear to protect the body, and the appearance of the spirit dragon would not be seen by the enemy. Only young Chen could find it. Now Gong Sunling next to young Chen did not notice the appearance of the spirit dragon at all. Instead, the mountain river geographical map trembled a few times. In Gong Sunling's view, it was just a little accident in the process of absorbing the 7th metal true essence, so she did not care. Watching the spirit dragon disappear on the golden bell with joy, young Chen did not stop the sacrificial refining of the golden bell. The golden bell was still madly absorbing the 7th metal true essence liquid, as if there was still room for it. This made young Chen even more surprised. If he could light up the 3rd dragon pattern, not only would he be able to add a spirit dragon to protect the body, but it would also stimulate the 3rd function of the golden bell. The next sacrificial refining was a long and boring process. Fortunately, whether it was young Chen or Gong Sunling, they were used to this. Cultivation was long and boring. If you can't stand the loneliness, you can't seek the great way. However, young Chen was destined to be disappointed. In the next year's sacrificial refining, the golden bell absorbed almost twice the 7th metal true essence liquid of the previous year, but it never lit up the 3rd dragon pattern. It was always a little short. No matter how hard young Chen worked, he couldn't cross it. Young Chen knew that this was the limitation of his own cultivation base. Maybe he could only do it after his cultivation base was improved again. But even so, the 3rd dragon pattern was considered to be half completed, and the dragon pattern was looming, only waiting for the final key breakthrough. The previous sacrificial refining was not in vain, which was enough to make young Chen happy. In terms of cultivation, young Chen was never greedy. If he could achieve it, young Chen would try his best to achieve it. If he could not achieve it, young Chen would not be frustrated. Maintaining a good mentality was the foundation of cultivation. No matter how fast the golden bell absorbed, it was still a lot worse than the gourd. The golden bell needed to absorb the 7th metal true essence liquid to sacrificial refine, and the gourd only needed to be put in. The speed was naturally not the same. In 2 years, the gourd had collected almost 2/3 of the 7th metal true essence liquid. Except for about a few tenths of the amount absorbed by the golden bell, the rest was all received into the gourd. At this moment, in the gourd, there was a lake of 7th metal true essence liquid with a radius of dozens of miles, which was many times more than the first wood true essence liquid. The rest of the 7th metal true essence liquid, of course, young Chen did not intend to leave it for the demonic cultivators here. All of it must be collected clean. The only thing that made young Chen strange was how Taibai Jinxing Li Changeng left this vein of 7th metal true essence on the land of the demonic sects. Was it because the 9 secluded iron ore was the most suitable metal ore to produce 7th metal true essence? The golden bell could no longer be sacrificial refined, but young Chen still had the dome. The golden bell was still acting as a buffer for the 7th metal true essence liquid on the periphery, and young Chen began to sacrificial refine the dome inside. The dome has already experienced the 3rd layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the 6th layer of the evil spirit sacrificial formation secret art. Now young Chen's 7th metal spirit power was enough for further sacrificial refining. In the case of no need to worry about the lack of spiritual power, the purest 7th metal true essence liquid has been scouring the dome for 2.5 years. Now the dome exuded a pure 7th metal true essence aura from the inside to the outside. The 4th layer of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art was easily completed. Yang Chen did not stop and immediately carried out the 7th and 8th layers of the evil spirit sacrificial formation secret art. Perhaps Yang Chen's cultivation base was enough, plus the 7th metal true essence liquid here was simply endless. The 8th layer of the evil spirit sacrificial formation secret art was completed almost effortlessly. After the completion of the 8th layer, Yang Chen stopped and observed it carefully. The entire domed hall seemed to be completely different from how it was at the beginning. The original golden hall had now turned into a pure gold. Yang Chen did not even have to do actual experiments to know that the protective power of the dome was at least twice as strong as when he first got it. Even if it was a master of the peak Yuanying stage, it would not necessarily be able to break the protection of the dome. This was not counting the 7-step enchantment killing formation inside. After such sacrificial refining, the 7749 flying sword inside had almost undergone a rebirth. The power was so great that it was definitely more than twice as strong as before. If you want to add the increase in power of the formation, the current 7-step enchantment killing formation, even if a master of the early Darching stage came in, he would not necessarily be able to escape. The master of the Yuanying stage could almost be said to come in and die, there would be no accidents. Chapter 734. With the two weapons, the Golden Bell and the Dome, even if Yang Chen did not use the Bloody River, it could be said that he would be safe and sound in the mortal world, and there would be no more life-threatening danger. In this way, the quenching time of the immortal beheading blade could be longer. As a life source magic weapon, the longer the quenching time, the closer it would be to his own spiritual awareness, and the more convenient it would be to control it. There were many benefits. After the sacrificial refining of the dome, Yang Chen calculated the time. He and Gong Sunling had entered this space for 3 years. In the past 3 years, Gong Sunling has been closely guarding Yang Chen, and Yang Chen was so busy that he didn't even talk to Gong Sunling, which made Yang Chen feel a little guilty. There was still a small part of the 7th metal true essence liquid, and it was estimated that it would be completely collected in a few months. Yang Chen had no other sacrificial refining plan for the time being, so he simply pulled Gong Sunling and started spiritual awareness double cultivation again. Gong Sunling would not refuse any request of Yang Chen. In fact, when Gong Sunling pretended to be Yang Chen's concubine, she had already placed herself as Yang Chen's woman. Even that kind of shameful thing, Gong Sunling has never refused, let alone the spiritual awareness double cultivation, which was a very normal practice. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has been greatly improved because of the Yang 5 elements, reaching the level of the peak middle Darching stage. It must be known that the improvement of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was not as easy as the original early Jedan stage to the middle Jedan stage. From the middle Darching stage to the peak of the middle Darching stage, the improvement definitely exceeded the level of the early Yuanying stage to the peak Yuanying stage. Gong Sunling was the first to feel this terrifying improvement. After her spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen, it was once again improved by a small level and reached the level of the middle Yuanying stage. At the same time, the density of his sea of consciousness simply shocked Gong Sunling. She was even more surprised by her beloved's mysterious cultivation. Of course, the smart Gong Sunling would not ask anything else. She would not even ask where this 7th metal true essence liquid came from. She only knew that this time, not only Yang Chen, but even she had benefited greatly. Moreover, Yang Chen would definitely not mistreat his own people, and that was enough. Originally, according to Yang Chen's plan, after collecting the rest of the 7th metal true essence solution, he would take Gong Sunling back to Chunyang Palace immediately to figure out how to trick the Taishanmen in the secret plane. However, after the gourd collected all the 7th metal true essence solution, Yang Chen subconsciously swept with his spiritual awareness and suddenly stood in the air, unable to move his eyes. Gong Sunling was also planning to leave with Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen's appearance, she didn't know what happened. She followed Yang Chen's gaze and looked down. Suddenly, she was like a fool, hanging in the air, motionless. Below this space, after collecting all the 7th metal true essence solution, it did not show a level, but became a hard ground with various edges and corners. The most shocking thing was that those so-called edges and corners were simply pieces of crystal stones that exuded an extremely pure 7th metal true essence aura. Under the 7th metal true essence solution, It turned out to be all 7th metal crystal stones. Even if Yang Chen's previous life memory contained countless big scenes, but looking at so many 7th metal crystal stones, Yang Chen still could not completely control his emotions. His spiritual awareness penetrated the 7th metal crystal stone and soon reached the bottom. The 7th metal crystal stone was much less than the 7th metal true essence solution, and the total height was only more than 20 feet. This was the constant accumulation of 7th metal true essence solution here, more and more condensed, more and more viscous, and finally it could not continue to hold, so the 7th metal true essence solution below began to condense into a 7th metal crystal stone under great pressure. A piece of 7th metal crystal stone contained 7th metal true essence, almost 100 times the same volume of 7th metal true essence solution. There were so many 7th metal crystal stones, almost more than all the 7th metal true essence solution collected by Yang Chen. This time, of course, Yang Chen would not leave. Good things must not be left to the demon sects. Yang Chen just looked at Gong Sunling, then cheered together, quickly landed on the 7th metal crystal stone, and began to quickly collect the 7th metal crystal stone from the merit ring. The crystal stone 7th metal crystal stone was more stable than the 7th metal true essence solution, and it was easy to store. At the same time, there was another advantage. It was not like the 7th metal true essence solution, which exuded a violent 7th metal true essence. If the attribute was not right, people with a slightly lower cultivation base would be crushed into slag. The 7th metal crystal stone did not have this problem at all, and it could be easily collected. Yang Chen even thought about which 7th metal flying sword he wanted. The immortal beheading blade, the original Qiankuan sword case, was essentially a 7th metal attribute. After the immortal beheading blade was tempered by the blood river, it would be soaked in the purest 7th metal true essence solution, plus some 4C's mysterious coral liquid, all impurities would be precipitated, and it could become a pure 7th metal flying sword. The original sword scabbard was only refined by a Jindan stage senior. Although the technique was ingenious and had unlimited growth potential, the materials were slightly insufficient. Moreover, the tempering skill was not enough, and it was not enough to remove all the impurities. At that time, Yang Chen only needed to disassemble the materials of the dome, then integrate them into the immortal beheading blade for sacrificial refining. It could become a high-quality 7th metal flying sword. Even if there were still impurities, it would not be too much trouble. Now with these 7th metal crystal stones and 7th metal true essence solution, he could completely ignore these problems. He believed that even a piece of stubborn iron, after being tempered by the 7th metal true essence solution, coupled with the washing of the 7th metal crystal stone, it could also become the most original 7th metal material. Inadvertently, Yang Chen's great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword was solved. How could Yang Chen not be overjoyed? Yang Chen and Gong Xuanling's spiritual awareness double cultivation this time took about 2 or 3 months. After collecting the 7th metal crystal stone, it took another 3 or 2 months before this huge space was swept clean. Of course, all the formations were not destroyed by Yang Chen. This place would still gather the 7th metal true essence of the huge 9 secluded demon iron mining area and slowly form such a scale again. However, that might be hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. There was nothing left for Yang Chen to stay here. After a careful exploration, Yang Chen hugged Gong Xuanling's slender waist and flew up. In the air, he made dozens of secret techniques towards the top of his head. The square hole began to appear again on the top of his head. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling rushed directly into the buffer liquid at the beginning. It was completely the opposite of the way they came in, except that the hole was opened from below. Every time they opened a layer, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling would rise a space. After a day and night, the two figures returned to the ground. Chapter 735. As soon as they came out of the hole, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling noticed that there was something wrong with the surroundings. The mountain where the hole was located was actually firmly blocked in a huge formation. As soon as the two came out of the hole, they triggered the restriction and launched the formation. Boom! The overwhelming attack mercilessly attacked Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, and there was no intention of mercy. It seemed that they wanted to kill Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Demons slaughtering gods formation? Yang Chen's mind immediately flashed the name of a formation. This demons slaughtering gods formation is known as one of the strongest demon sect formations in the mortal world. The power of the attack is rare in the world. However, this formation is not so easy to arrange. Not to mention anything else, the materials needed for the formation alone are enough to bankrupt a medium-sized sect. This is not counting the powerful masters to be dispatched in the process of setting up the formation. To successfully arrange such a formation, it requires at least 12 masters in the middle yuanying stage who cooperate with each other. In the arrangement of several key points, it requires unified action and unified spiritual power control. It is impossible to complete without a well-trained master. Not only that, in the process of launching, it also requires the 12 yuanying stage masters to cooperate at all times and control the direction of the formation to be successful. Once someone messes up the rhythm, the result will be the backlash of the entire formation. Maybe the controller of the formation can survive, but the formation will immediately collapse because it can't be controlled. Even with these materials and masters, it will take at least a year to complete the entire formation. This demons slaughtering gods formation is known for its powerful attack power, but there is a fatal flaw, that is, it can only attack the enemy within a dozen feet of the center of the formation. If the enemy escapes from this range, all the attacks will fail. It is for this reason that the so-called powerful demons slaughtering gods formation, to a large extent, is just a weak formation. Few people will use it in actual combat. But the situation of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling was different. When the two entered the hole from here, they must have been seen. Knowing that they wouldn't come out in a short time, those people leisurely laid out this array formation outside. As long as they opened the cave entrance, it would trigger the restriction and launch an attack. Yang Chen did not expect that the other party would use such a level of formation to attack him and Gong Sunling. Just how much hatred did he have for him to want to kill him to the point where not even his dregs were left? Now Yang Chen has no time to think about who did it. Almost without thinking, Yang Chen released the golden bell and enveloped himself and Gong Sunling. In a flash, Yang Chen's second action was to receive Gong Sunling into the pure bottle medicine garden in an instant, and then he opened the dome hall, and at the same time launched the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, and quickly promoted the body refining technique to the extreme. While he was doing all this, he didn't stop at all. He quickly rushed in a random direction. After the attack range of the demons slaughtering gods formation, as long as he rushed out of this range, he could get rid of the attack of the formation. Countless rays of light converged on Yang Chen, who was in the midst of flying. Even if Yang Chen's speed was fast, he could not escape such a well-prepared blow. In the bang, Yang Chen's body was wrapped in countless rays of light. In the center of the entire formation, it was like an atomic bomb was detonated. In an instant, the top of the mountain in that area was flattened. Yang Chen's figure disappeared directly in the dazzling light and overwhelming smoke. In a place far away from the demons slaughtering gods formation, Lady Fanghua quietly appeared, followed by two little girls who were almost inseparable, silently watching the movement here. I finally came out. Lady Fanghua spat out these words in her mouth, then as if she had lost something beloved, she sighed slightly. What a pity. Unfortunately, these two words had just left her mouth when the situation over there suddenly changed dramatically. A dull bell suddenly sounded, and then dozens of bright rays of light suddenly flashed, particularly eye-catching in the smoke and dust all over the sky. What is that? Lady Fanghua's eyes suddenly turned into a look of surprise, and her voice trembled a little. The two little girls were so close that they could even see Lady Fanghua's body, which seemed to be trembling slightly. When the rays of light were about to approach the golden bell, the figures of two spiritual dragons suddenly flashed and flew rapidly, blocking all the rays of light. Among the flying rays of light in the sky, there were also more than a dozen sharp flying swords, almost at the same time on the golden bell. In the loud bang, the spiritual dragons couldn't intercept all the rays of light, but a small part still broke through the defense of the golden bell and rushed to the periphery of the dome hall. Puff, 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 like a sharp weapon piercing tofu, a series of sounds rang out. On the outer wall of the dome hall, there were countless small holes in an instant. Dozens of rays of light passed through the four portals of the dome hall and flew toward Yang Chen in the center. Ding ding ding, Yang Chen's skin was finally directly attacked, and there was a crisp sound like metal hitting. On the skin that was harder than steel, dozens of blood spots appeared in an instant. In the meridians, dozens of tiny spiritual spikes rushed in and began to destroy Yang Chen's body. 5 golden cores of the Yang 5 elements, plus 2 golden cores of the Yin 5 elements, the 7 golden cores rotated crazily. Dozens of spikes of spirit power were scattered in the 7 golden cores. Each golden core could only withstand a few attacks. Under the laborious rotation, all the spikes of spirit power slowly disappeared. Even so, Yang Chen still couldn't fully withstand this terrifying attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his internal organs were all injured. Although he had taken all the attacks, his whole body was like a sieve at the moment, full of holes. Compared with these spiritual attacks, the dozens of flying sword attacks mixed in them were simply weak and were easily blocked by the golden bell. Fortunately, Yang Chen's flying figure was not affected, but during the time of this blow, Yang Chen had already left the attack range of the demons slaughtering gods formation. It was not Yang Chen's style to be beaten and not fight back. As soon as he left that area, Yang Chen released the 7 steps enchanted killing array of the Dome Hall. 7 by 7, 49 flying swords that had been sacrificially refined by the 7th metal true essence solution flew around. At the same time, the attack of the opponent's flying sword was absorbed by the golden bell, and a dull bell sounded leisurely and spread around. Chapter 736. The demons slaughtering gods formation was a pure offensive formation. For the person who controls the formation, if it is not successful, he must face the enemy's crazy counterattack. However, it was rare for the enemy to counterattack after the formation was launched, at least so far, there has been no such precedent. The formation not only gathered the power of the 12 Yuanying stage masters to attack, but also used hundreds of high-grade spirit stones when setting up the formation, which added up to the consumption of a few pounds of top-grade spirit stones. With such a huge spiritual power attack, the 12 Yuanying stage masters were just the target of the control attack. From the previous news, among the people who entered the cave, the highest cultivation base was the white bone old demon, who was at the peak Yuanying stage. The others were either Yuanying stage masters or Jedan stage masters. It seemed that Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had the lowest cultivation base. Even if these people worked together, it was impossible for them to take a blow from the demons slaughtering gods formation. In the more than 3 years since they disappeared and reappeared, even if the white bone old demon, who had the highest cultivation base, had a fortuitous encounter and was promoted to the realm of the Darching stage, it was impossible to take this blow, not to mention that there has never been a yin fire tribulation around. The white bone old demon could not enter the Darching stage. Because the distance was close, the masters who set up the formation saw it very clearly. The 2 people who came out, all the people who set up the formation knew them, it was Yang Chen and Gong Sunling with the lowest cultivation base. 12 Yuanying stage masters, as long as they came out together, they could capture the 2 people. However, the restrictions of the formation had been launched, but it was no longer up to them. They could only control the formation and attack Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen's reaction was fast enough. He wanted to rush forward and get out of the attack range, but this was impossible. The 12 masters watched the spirit power attack of the demons slaughtering gods formation fall on Yang Chen's body, and everyone had a feeling of killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It was a waste of the attack of the demons slaughtering gods formation, and it was said that they had to immediately replenish the spirit stones to attack the next master who came out. No one would have thought that a little guy in the early Jedan stage could survive under such an attack. It was precisely because of this mentality that they didn't even trust the reaction of the flying sword they sent out. Of course, the flying sword couldn't break the defense of the golden bell, but no one cared. Yang Chen was a descendant of an expert from a big family, so it was normal for him to have some powerful protective artifacts on him. It was also very normal for the flying sword to be unable to do anything to him. But no matter what kind of magic treasure it was impossible to block the attack of the demon horde godslaughtering formation. No one would have thought that in this mortal world, there was such an abnormal thing as the golden bell left by the dragon clan, and no one would have thought that in addition to the golden bell, Yang Chen also had a dome with a metal attribute that could be used as a second layer of protection. Of course, The most impossible thing was that there would be a cultivation method of the immortal world in the mortal world. The yellow turban strongman body refining technique, this heaven-defying cultivation method, actually appeared in Yang Chen's body. Unexpectedly, all of this led to a very serious consequence. When the bell rang, everyone was unprepared, including Lady Fanghua, who was looking at it from a distance. It was just a low bell sound, and the 12 Yuanying stage masters who controlled the formation, without any reaction, were stunned to the ground by the bell sound. Before they fell to the ground, they were greeted by 49 golden flying swords. At the moment of being beheaded, Yang Chen also saw the true faces of the 12 Yuanying stage masters. What surprised Yang Chen was that these masters turned out to be the 12 female dancers who performed the Heavenly Demon's alluring dance for Yang Chen and Gong Sunling that day. They looked just like ordinary people and had no cultivation base. On that day, Yang Chen actually faced 12 Yuanying stage masters. Once they attacked, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were likely to become two corpses in an instant. These 12 people also let Yang Chen know who was behind the scenes of the demon horde godslaughtering formation. Except for Lady Fanghua, there seemed to be no one else. Speaking of which, Lady Fanghua was also the one who hid the deepest. On that day, even the white-bone old demon could not hold back and hurriedly appeared, but Lady Fanghua had been holding back until the end, and did not even use a trace of spiritual awareness to explore. Perhaps Lady Fanghua knew that the one who laughed at the end was the real winner, so she had been waiting patiently outside, waiting for the people who entered the cave to appear. The purpose of arranging the demon horde godslaughtering formation was that no matter who came out, he must be killed by her, and the things she got must be changed to another owner. The calculation was good, but no one would have expected that Yang Chen was not destroyed by the demon horde godslaughtering formation in one blow, but had a way to fight back. When the golden sword light began to fly in the sky, Madame Fanghua, who was looking at it from afar, did not hesitate to turn around and escape. Even the two little girls behind her did not care to lead. As for other people, it was not a problem. At this time, she could escape as far as she could. A master who could withstand the attack of the demon horde godslaughtering formation, and even counterattack, killing her 12 junior sisters in an instant, no matter who it was not someone she could afford to provoke now. Even if she was in her heyday, facing the 12 junior sisters, it was impossible for her to kill them so easily in an instant. So in addition to escaping, Lady Fanghua had no other thoughts. The distance was very far, and Lady Fanghua did not see which master appeared. The most likely possibility was that there was a super master sealed here, and Yang Chen went down to rescue him and gain benefits. As soon as this master escaped from the seal, he was attacked, and in anger, he counterattacked and killed. In addition to this explanation, Lady Fanghua could not think of any other possibilities. If there was really another possibility, maybe she saw two figures at the time, or maybe it was two masters who came out. The difference was that, after this desperate escape, Lady Fanghua did not dare to show her face easily for decades. No one knew where she went, or even whether she was alive or not. Everyone had only one guess. After Lady Fanghua and the white-bone old demon teamed up to plot against Yi Zhenxiong of Wuji Demon School, they were afraid of the revenge of Wuji Demon School, so they hid very thoroughly, but no one knew the specific truth. As soon as Lady Fanghua escaped, there was no one else who dared to stay in the same place. For a time, the people who had been arranged, fled in all directions in an instant, and disappeared completely. Except for the broken bodies of the 12 beautiful Yuanying stage masters, there was nothing else. Yang Chen endured the pain and made this attack, and then his whole body seemed to be emptied, and there was no strength. With the remaining will, he released Gong Sunling and only said one sentence, "Escape," and fainted directly. As soon as Gong Sunling appeared, she saw the surrounding scene. Yang Chen's whole body was covered in blood, and Gong Sunling was scared to death. Chapter 737. Fortunately, Gong Sunling was a genius in cultivation, and she was also a person who was good at observing. As soon as she came out, she found that Yang Chen was seriously injured. She was about to escape immediately according to Yang Chen's instructions, but when she glanced around, she still found the strangeness around her. Everyone was running away, and there was a pile of corpses on the ground. The head of the beautiful woman who was cut off could still be recognized as the dancer of the heavenly demon's alluring dance, and Gong Sunling immediately knew the identity of the opponent. At the same time, she also had another judgment of the situation in front of her. Gong Sunling didn't know what kind of attack Yang Chen was facing, but looking at Yang Chen's injury, she knew that it was not an ordinary attack. The role of the golden bell was introduced to Yang Chen through her mind when she was cultivating with her spiritual awareness. It could break through the protection of the golden bell and even hurt Yang Chen. It was definitely an extremely powerful attack. If such a method did not kill her lover, but her lover killed the 12 masters, it was normal for the other party to escape desperately. If Lady Fanghua knew that Yang Chen only had the power to make one blow, she would definitely regret why she ran so fast, and even didn't wait for the result to appear. Since this was the case, Gong Sunling was not so anxious to escape. Instead, she first gave Yang Chen a healing medicinal pill refined by Yang Chen himself, and then quickly put away the Qianquan bags of the 12 masters, and put away the valuable things among the formation materials on the ground. Then she held Yang Chen, summoned the ship, and left quickly. For a long time, the top of the Five Peaks intersection became a destination for many people to explore. Countless people used various methods to find the square hole that had appeared before, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not find a trace of it. Many people even thought about directly escaping underground. Some masters escaped to the depths of thousands of feet underground, but still did not find anything. In the end, they could only leave resentfully. However, there were still quite a number of people who did not give up. They wandered around the area for a long time, mining while waiting. In the end, a small city and market were formed here, and it was very lively. Of course, Yang Chen did not know about this. Although he was still unconscious, his aura was not weak. After taking the pill, the wounds on his body were also slowly healing. Seeing this scene, Gong Sunling relaxed a lot, controlled the ship, urged the fastest speed, and flew in the direction of home. The ship also referred to the same design as the flying shuttle. As long as a spirit stone was inlaid in the center of a certain formation, it could automatically draw the spiritual power from the spirit stone to fly, so there was no need for Gong Sunling to pay attention to it all the time. At this moment, Gong Sunling's thoughts were all on Yang Chen. After the wound was carefully cleaned and bandaged, Gong Sunling began to carefully examine Yang Chen's internal organs. The spiritual power penetrated into Yang Chen's body, and Gong Sunling was shocked. Yang Chen's body was almost full of injuries. Fortunately, the injuries were slowly recovering under the powerful medicinal power, and Yang Chen was only unconscious due to exhaustion and the impact of the injuries, so the problem was not big. After waiting for a period of time, when the medicinal power of the healing medicinal pill was almost consumed, Gong Sunling once again gave a medicinal pill to Yang Chen. This time, Yang Chen woke up soon after taking it. With the careful support of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen sat up, and then he understood the current situation of the two. In this regard, Yang Chen could not change anything for the time being. The most important thing now was to heal his injuries immediately. Fortunately, although the injuries on Yang Chen's body seemed to be very serious, most of them were skin injuries. The spiritual power spikes that really invaded the internal organs had been absorbed and refined by the 7 golden dans. The internal organ injuries looked scary, but they were not very serious. In this regard, Yang Chen had the best healing medicinal pills. After Gong Sunling found a hidden place to stop, it only took Yang Chen a short month to completely heal the injuries in his body. Gong Sunling finally knew what kind of terrifying attack Yang Chen faced at the time. Especially after listening to Yang Chen's narrative, and then seeing with her own eyes the dome hall that was attacked and full of potholes, she was even more scared. She almost hugged Yang Chen and cried out. It took a long time for her to return to normal under Yang Chen's soft comfort. Yang Chen recovered and naturally had no fear. The two directly took Yang Chen's shuttle and flew in the direction of Chunyang Palace. In order to add some more content to the mountain river geographical map, Yang Chen deliberately chose a completely different route from when he came. It was a big circle, but it could add a lot of mountains and rivers to the mountain river geographical map. But in any case, this trip was an unforgettable experience for Gong Sunling. Especially the part where she disguised as Yang Chen's concubine and fought with Lady Fanghua. It was still fresh in Gong Suanling's memory. Every time she thought of it, she always blushed, but she was obsessed with the feeling of being intimate with Yang Chen at that time. Sometimes it was really like curling up in Yang Chen's arms for a lifetime, having a long dream and never waking up. This experience broadened Gong Suanling's horizons a lot, and she also found many of her shortcomings. The more infatuated she was with Yang Chen, the more Gong Suanling knew that she must become stronger. Otherwise, she could not keep up with Yang Chen's pace of progress, and her mind of cultivation was more determined. As for the escaped Lady Fanghua and her sect, Yin-Yang Demon School, they quietly became Gong Suanling's must-kill list, especially Lady Fanghua. Maybe she didn't have the ability to kill Lady Fanghua now, but Gong Suanling had secretly vowed that one day, she must kill Lady Fanghua to avenge Yang Chen and herself. From Chunyang Palace to here, it took a full 6 months to come here. Going back in a big circle, it took 3 more months. The route chosen by Yang Chen was not too dangerous along the way. After the Yang 5 Elements condensation dan, Yang Chen's cultivation base was improved again, and the shuttle was faster, enough to leave any threat far behind. Of course, on the way back, Yang Chen and Gong Suanling did not waste any time. Gong Suanling was more diligent in her cultivation, and Yang Chen was no exception. Taking advantage of this gap, he absorbed and merged a 3rd-grade fire seed of the 3rd fire and 4th fire, which made the power of the yin-yang heaven burning fire increase a bit, and the 3rd fire and 4th fire Jedan also rose a bit. Having returned to the Dao sect site, Yang Chen stopped after absorbing 2 kinds of fire seeds and began to ponder what method to use to make the Taishanmen take the bait. At the same time, he could also let the Blue Cloud Sect's Sect Master Lu and the Green Jade Immortal Island's Lord of Tantai clean up the masters in the sect who did not listen to them. Getting closer and closer to the sect, Gong Suanling was more and more distant from Yang Chen. It seemed that she was afraid that others would see something. She always had a straight face and a serious cultivation, so that Yang Chen looked at it, and he was a little embarrassed. In any case, he had to go back to the sect to see his master first. Chapter 738. The return of Yang Chen and Gong Suanling did make Gao Yu a lot happier. Especially after Gao Yu learned that Yang Chen had condensed another kind of spiritual power, she was even happier. It seemed that Yang Chen's improvement was happier than her own improvement. However, when Gao Yu looked at Gong Suanling, there was always a trace of elusiveness. As if she had never seen Gong Suanling before, she stared at her for a while with some concentration. After Gong Suanling blushed, she smiled and pulled Gong Suanling away. No one knew what the 2 women were talking about. Back at the sect, Yang Chen, of course, went to see the Master Ancestor immediately after paying respects to his master. Master Ancestor Wang Yong has been busy preparing to refine the Dragon Horn flying sword with Gao Yu recently, and all the materials were being prepared. This was not something that could be completed in 3 to 5 years. Even with the output of the 100,000 mountains, some things could not be obtained overnight. Fortunately, the most core material, the Dragon Horn, was already available. All that was needed were some auxiliary materials. Even if it was a precious thing, it could be purchased with spirit stones. For the current Chunyang Palace, the problem that could be solved with spirit stones was not a problem. What Gao Yu had to do now was to use her own spiritual awareness and spiritual power to constantly scour the 2 dragon horns and imprint her own mark as much as possible. After all, Gao Yu was only at the Jedan stage. In the face of such high-level goods as the dragon horn, she was a bit powerless. She could only use this kind of painstaking work to slowly refine it. Fortunately, this method not only did not delay the cultivation, but it was also of great benefit to the cultivation. Constantly scouring the dragon horns meant that Gao Yu had to constantly let her own spiritual power and spiritual awareness flow. This was an almost sleepless cultivation process. When Wang Yong saw Yang Chen, he saw the improvement of his cultivation at a glance. In front of his own master ancestor, Yang Chen was unguarded and did not think of deliberately concealing his cultivation. Good job, keep up the good work. Wang Yong could be described as extremely satisfied with Yang Chen. Seeing that Yang Chen's cultivation had improved, he immediately praised him briefly. On the side of the head of the palace, Yang Chen also had to pay a visit. This was the routine homework after each return. However, compared with the past, this time it seemed that Yang Chen did not do anything earth-shattering, which made the palace master feel a bit strange. Every time Yang Chen went out and came back, he would always bring some shocking news. This time, there was no news, and the head of the palace could not help but feel strange. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling agreed on the road that this time, for the time being, except for Gaou, no one would be told. Gong Sunling enjoyed the feeling of sharing a secret with Yang Chen. Of course, she hurriedly nodded and agreed. During the 3 years that they had been away, some of the arrangements in Chunyang Palace had been on the right track. In particular, the plan to develop forces in the secular world had now been mostly implemented. Every country in the secular world had already had the peripheral forces of Chunyang Palace operating. In each country, there were 2 or 3 families that had been developed after the slaves of Chunyang Palace returned home. With the secret support of Chunyang Palace, these families had successfully opened up the situation and gained a foothold. They didn't behave too excessively. Although they could easily do that, they didn't behave too excessively. On the surface, they only had a certain influence in the land they operated, and they did not show the mountain and did not show the water. In the past few years, the Pyongyang Palace has received a lot of talented disciples. Some disciples were definitely found in the crowd that the cultivators had never thought of before: beggars, slaves, businessmen, officials, and so on. The spiritual root attributes of these disciples were almost all above 70, which was much stronger than the previous ones who could be recruited into the sect as long as they were over 40. When he thought of other sect, whether it was Taishanmen, Blue Cloud Sect, or Green Jade Immortal Island, the disciples they recruited were all picked by their own sect. That feeling was not generally good. Although the head of the palace also knew that these big sect must have their own channels to recruit disciples, and some disciples with excellent qualifications were willing to go to these big sect, this did not prevent him from being secretly happy. The 100,000 mountains were getting more and more on the right track. After decades of operation, the forces of Blue Cloud Sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Chunyang Palace and Beast Taming Sect had been as solid as a rock, and no other large or small forces could be inserted. The huge benefits brought by the 100,000 mountains every year made the head of the palace happy from ear to ear. The Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave has always been under the control of the head of the palace. So far, thousands of loyal disciples who have passed the test have entered the Immortals Cave to cultivate. With the assistance of Yang Chen's inner sensing pills and a lot of other medicinal pills, the cultivation of these disciples was rapid, and the strength of Chunyang Palace was also flourishing. This was not to mention that Chunyang Palace had promoted 2 masters of the Yuanying stage. The Immortals Cave also recruited 8 Yuanying stage monster cultivators to join the Hall of Eccentrics, and senior brother Wang Yong had also entered the Darching stage. The status of Chunyang Palace could almost be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. It must be known that in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave, there were many monster cultivators from the Qi refining stage to the Foundation Dan stage, and Chunyang Palace now had a systematic cultivation method, and many monster cultivators had been drawn into the Hall of Eccentrics. Now, only waiting for the Taishanmen to solve the troubles of the rumors and recruit the monster cultivators, Chunyang Palace could slowly expose the power of these monster cultivators. Wang Yong and the old tree demon were behind the portal of the master of the Darching stage in the Immortals Cave. It was said that they were persuading the only master of the Darching stage monster cultivator to join the sect. After such a long time, the 3 masters seemed to have some appreciation for each other. It would not be long before Chunyang Palace would have a 3rd master of the Darching stage. Externally, the relationship with the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island was getting closer and closer, and the cooperation between the 2 sides was getting deeper and deeper. Even if the Taishanmen were now determined to wipe out Chunyang Palace, it would not be so easy. Even if the relationship between the 2 sects was not considered, the strength of Chunyang Palace itself could make the Taishanmen hurt again. Everything happened during the period when the head of the sect was in charge of the sect, just in this short period of more than 100 years. Watching the sect become stronger and stronger day by day, this huge sense of accomplishment was even more satisfying than the improvement of the head of the palace. It must be mentioned that after Yang Chen reported to the head of the palace about what happened when he went out, he congratulated the head of the palace. Because Yang Chen had already seen that the head of the palace, who was originally only in the middle Yuanying stage, now had the cultivation base of the late Yuanying stage. Chapter 739. For Yang Chen's vision, the head of the palace has always been very admiring. Therefore, when Yang Chen congratulated himself, the head of the palace was not surprised at all. Thinking about the moment when he broke through, the head of the palace was still very emotional. He originally thought that his cultivation base in this life would stop here, but he did not expect that there was still a breakthrough. What made the head of the palace a little secretly happy was that Yang Chen also gave himself a charming double cultivation companion, and it was also the kind of person who was obedient, so that while his cultivation base was improved, he could also have a very high physical and mental enjoyment every time. Here, the head of the palace could not help but sigh at the magic of the double cultivation method that Yang Chen left him. Not only did he have a breakthrough, but even his own puppet double cultivation companion Wen Chen unexpectedly also broke through in the passive cultivation, and also entered the late Yuanying stage. This also meant that the combat power of the head of the palace had also doubled. Except for Yang Chen, no one knew that the head of the palace had a female puppet master who had the same cultivation base as him. Once she made a move, plus the mantis puppet of the head of the palace, even if he encountered a master of the Daching stage, he could still fight. What's the plan for the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave? After the head of the palace and Yang Chen chatted a few words about the effect of the double cultivation, they turned the topic to the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave. Even if the double cultivation method was given by Yang Chen, and the double cultivation companion was found by Yang Chen, but as an elder, talking about these topics with Yang Chen, the head of the palace was still a little embarrassed, so he quickly changed the topic. The head of the palace asked about the plan of the Banyan Tree Immortals Cave because only Yang Chen had been there, and only Yang Chen understood the situation. There was another reason, that was, Yang Chen was now the young palace master in his and the elders' hearts, and naturally he had to bear some of the sect's matters. There is no plan for the time being. Yang Chen answered honestly. Then, he explained, after the issue of the Taishanmen is settled, it will take at least 10 years or even longer for the other sect to follow suit and recruit demons on a large scale. Let's see how things go by then. Although he had a general direction, Yang Chen didn't have a specific plan yet. Palace Master Zhong Jiao listened and nodded, approving Yang Chen's explanation. Now the monster race in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave has not been settled. If the Chunyang Palace swells too much at once, not to mention the Taishanmen, it was estimated that the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island would have some scruples. It was a good thing to always think about revitalizing the sect, but the truth that haste makes waste, the head of the palace still understood. In the entire Chunyang Palace, he was more satisfied with the disciple in front of him. After bidding farewell to the head of the palace, Yang Chen returned to his master Gao Yu again. His own 4 slaves have become inner sect disciples. For a long time, Yang Chen has not recruited slaves, although there were countless people waiting for him to choose. Whatever happened, Yang Chen would come to his master's side and let his master's servants help him deal with it. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling seemed to talk a lot. Gong Sunling kept her head down and her face was red. When she occasionally looked up at Yang Chen, there was always a complex and inexplicable shyness, and then quickly lowered her head. Gao Yu, on the other hand, had an inexplicable rebuke on her face, which made Yang Chen feel a little guilty. In the outside experience, Yang Chen's performance to Gong Sunling also made Gao Yu very pleased. Even from the bottom of her heart, Gao Yu seemed to be a little envious of Gong Sunling. At least she could be shy but sweet in Yang Chen's arms and pretend to be Yang Chen's concubine for a long time. At the critical moment, you still know to protect Ling you know what's good for you. Gao Yu reprimanded Yang Chen, and then asked Yang Chen what he planned to do next. The matter of the Taishanmen, Yang Chen would certainly not tell his master and senior sister, and let them worry. And Yang Chen's answer to his master's question was naturally about cultivation. Yang Chen now knew that because there were 3 kinds of spiritual power in the Yang 5 elements, it drove all the spiritual power in the Yang 5 elements to condense. The Yin 5 elements now have 2 kinds of spiritual power condensing, So as long as there is another kind of spiritual power condensing, Yang Chen can complete the yin 5 elements condensing. Although there would not be any other fortuitous encounters in a short period of time, and there would not be any discovery of the true essence, but as long as Yang Chen spent a few years and specialized in refining a kind of spiritual power, he could also condense his Dan. This plan, Yang Chen told his master, and even Gao Yu couldn't help but be surprised when she heard that Yang Chen could complete the condensing of all the attributes. In addition to the shock, she still felt a little incredible. This was the result of Yang Chen not telling his master completely. Everyone knew that Yang Chen was a full attribute foundation builder. They all thought that Yang Chen was the 5 kinds of spiritual power of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. No one would have thought that Yang Chen was actually a full attribute yin and yang 5 elements. If people knew that Yang Chen was a full attribute yin and yang 5 elements condensing, I don't know how many people will be shocked. Yang Chen was willing to cultivate in the sect for a while. Of course, Gao Yu was happy. Every time Yang Chen went out, Gao Yu was worried, but there was no reason to stop him from going out. It was still safe to stay in the sect, and he could improve his cultivation base, which made Gao Yu very satisfied. Now Gao Yu wanted very simple, as long as Yang Chen could be safe, if he was still in front of her, it would be better. No matter what, it was better than Yang Chen going out and being attacked and injured by the demons slaughtering God's formation. In the sect, Yang Chen also relaxed for a few days, and then went directly to Shanghai Feng. Now the shop operated by Shanghai Feng is no longer the original small shop, but a big shop in the market that can be compared with the sect's Chenqiu Pavilion. Shanghai Feng's cultivation base has also entered the late Yuanying stage. It seems that it is not a problem to break through to the peak Yuanying stage in a few decades. With the help of Yang Chen, within 100 years, he would be a Jedan stage master. Compared with the original decades of being trapped in the Qi refining stage, the current Shanghai Feng can almost be said to be no worse than those disciples with good qualifications. When he came to Shanghai Feng, the first thing Yang Chen did was to double the reward for Taishanman Yang Lan. Up to now, no one has come to receive the reward. Naturally, no one has succeeded, but I am afraid this is related to Yang Lan staying in the Taishanman sect. Every day, he was reminded that he was afraid of being assassinated by others. It is estimated that Yang Lan really tasted the taste of being chased in Yang Chen's previous life. When the reward is doubled, there will be more people who will naturally be tempted, and Yang Lan will live in fear all the time. This gradually rising fear is the beginning of Yang Chen's revenge. For the time being, Yang Lan doesn't have to worry about the people in the sect doing something to him, but when the reward is raised to a new height, even if there is a rule not to kill each other, maybe someone will take the risk to do it. At that time, it is the beginning of Yang Lan's real fear. Chapter 740. Yang Chen, recently someone has offered a bounty to interpret some ancient texts. After arranging the bounty for Yang Lan that Yang Chen had explained, Shangguan Feng returned to Yang Chen again. Maybe you will be interested. Interpret ancient texts. Yang Chen's heart moved. Could it be from Taishanman? Thinking of this, Yang Chen couldn't help but ask who is offering a bounty. An overseas rogue cultivator. Shangguan Feng replied he said that he got an ancient secret book and needs a master who can interpret ancient texts to help interpret it. Temph. He is not afraid that I will learn it after I interpret it. Yang Chen asked casually. Since it was a rogue cultivator and it was a secret book, it was not necessarily from Taishanman. With an indifferent attitude, Yang Chen just wanted to know more about it. He will definitely describe the individual words one by one and split them up for you to interpret. Shangguan Feng replied with a smile anyway, as long as the order is disrupted, you won't know what the content is. That's true. Yang Chen nodded, but there were still some doubts in his heart, but in front of senior brother Shanghai Feng, he did not show too much. I think you should go and see it. Shangguan Feng looked very interested and said with a smile, there have been several people who have told me about this and asked me to help pay attention to it. I believe you will be interested in the bounty. Oh! Hearing Shangguan Feng say this, Yang Chen immediately smelled a strong conspiracy. A bounty for an unknown rogue cultivator. There were several people who reminded Shangguan Feng, and the bounty was something that Yang Chen would be interested in. To say that it was not aimed at him, Yang Chen really did not believe it. It's a fire seed, a 4th grade fire seed. Shang Guanfeng continued with a smile. Haven't you been collecting fire seeds? This guy's bounty seems to be directed at you. Hearing that the reward was a fire seed, Yang Chen could already be sure that this must be directed at him. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people who reminded him through Shang Guanfeng. 5 or 6 years ago, there was such a thing in the Green Jade Immortal Island. Now it was so obvious that it had nothing to do with the Taishanmen. There's no need to pay attention to this kind of news in the future. Shang Guanfeng would not harm Yang Chen. He just told Yang Chen an indirect message. Yang Chen would not blame him. He just expressed his own thoughts. If anyone asks, just say that I'm not interested. All right. Shanghai Feng did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. Yang Chen's decision was Yang Chen's business. He had never thought of making decisions for Yang Chen. But curiosity still drove him to ask, but, you don't want this 4th grade fire seed? Yes. Yang Chen smiled again and said, but I want to live more. What do you mean? Shanghai Feng's brows wrinkled. He told Yang Chen this news just to help Yang Chen, but if Yang Chen was hurt because of this, it was not his original intention. What kind of secret book is worth a 4th grade fire seed? Yang Chen sneered. If it's really so precious, he will never allow any leakage afterwards. Who knows if I will restore the secret book from those scattered words? Maybe there are not many words in the secret book. Shanghai Feng knew something about the grievances between Yang Chen and the Taishanmen, but Yang Chen would never tell him everything, so he used such a reason to explain. But for Shanghai Feng, this reason was enough. When the other party arranged it, it was obvious that in order to attract the attention of Yang Chen, he used the reward of a 4th grade fire seed. However, this became the only flaw. Yang Chen had a lot of low-grade fire seeds in his hands, so the 3rd grade or lower fire seeds certainly could not attract Yang Chen. The 4th grade fire seed was just right. However, in order to attract Yang Chen, they forgot the preciousness of the 4th grade fire seed. Perhaps in the eyes of those decision-makers, the 4th grade fire seed was not a great thing, but it was really abnormal for a rogue cultivator to have it. Shanghai Feng immediately realized the danger. At first, he only thought that if Yang Chen could interpret it, he could easily get a 4th grade fire seed, but he did not think too deeply about the danger. Of course, this was also because the few people who mentioned this matter to him were all old friends who had worked with him for many years, and he did not have too much defense at all. The other party also said it casually. Shanghai Feng thought that Yang Chen would be interested in it, so he went to understand it in depth, which also made him ignore some things. Now that he thought about it, he suddenly felt a cold sweat. I was negligent. Shanghai Feng's face was a little bad. This small thing also made him suddenly discover that even some of his friends who had worked with him for a long time in business were not necessarily completely trustworthy. Between these business partners or cooperation targets and Yang Chen, Shanghai Feng would definitely not hesitate to choose Yang Chen. Without Yang Chen, Shanghai Feng was nothing, but without these business partners, Shanghai Feng was still Shangguan Feng. It was as simple as that. This small episode did not seem to cause any waves except for the change in Shanghai Feng's attitude towards several business partners. But Yang Chen knew that this was his opportunity. After Yang Chen clearly expressed through Shanghai Feng that he was not interested in the interpretation of the ancient secret book, the matter seemed to begin to disappear, and then slowly disappeared in the eyes of the public, as if it had never appeared. Yang Chen began to make preparations. The other party repeatedly confirmed whether Yang Chen knew some ancient characters, and even used several methods to test him. This could only explain one point, that was, the Taishanmen had something that needed Yang Chen to interpret, and it was very likely that Yang Chen was the only one who knew this thing at present. This seemed to be a very good opportunity. Yang Chen did not believe that it would be something like a secret book. There was no secret book that was worthy of such a big sect like the Taishanmen to spend so much effort. It must be known that even if there was no new secret book, the Taishanmen was still the most powerful Taoist sect. It did not matter whether there was this secret book or not. Therefore, what the Taishanmen valued must not be a secret book, but something else. It was impossible to have a single magic weapon, and combined with the current predicament of the Taishanmen, it seemed that only one thing could make them pay so much attention. Resources, a lot of resources, or it was very likely to be a secret land passed down from a sect. This secret land had been passed down for so long that even the characters had changed. No one in the Taishanmen could interpret it, so they would look for an expert like Yang Chen who was proficient in ancient characters. The opportunity seemed to come to Yang Chen inadvertently. Chapter 741. Yang Chen now wanted to give the Taishanmen the resources of a secret plane, which was the secret plane that was passed back by the consciousness clone, but it was not exclusive to the Taishanmen. Without competitors, wouldn't it be the same as the Taishanmen in his previous life, although they lost some manpower, but they got huge benefits? How could Yang Chen leave this kind of benefit to the Taishanmen? The opponent must be found for the Taishanmen, but the benefits may not necessarily be given to the Taishanmen. In the last few key points, Yang Chen could let the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island get benefits, and let the Taishanmen get nothing. The memory left by the remnant consciousness seemed to have a few key places that could be used. The problem now was that the Taishanmen side was easy to deal with, because after all, it was a real secret plane, but the Blue Cloud Sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island side needed a very troublesome explanation. First, how to let the two major sect believe that this secret plane was not a trap out of thin air. Second, he could not let the two major sect misunderstand that he was provoking a direct conflict between them. Third, Yang Chen hoped to use this opportunity to give Sect Master Lu and the Lord of Tantai a chance to clean up the sect, and he did not want them to misunderstand that he was indirectly harming the interests of the two major sect. This was not something that could be done with a clean mouth. Not to mention that Yang Chen was just a junior in the Chunyang Palace. Even if the head of the palace came in person, he may not be able to explain all this clearly. Yang Chen's worries were not groundless. Even if the secret plane was true, the two major sect would doubt his source of information and why he did not tell them directly, but let them compete with the Taishanmen. It was a headache, and Yang Chen had to think hard, trying to find a way to solve these problems. After returning from the outside, Yang Chen never went out again. On one hand, Yang Chen wanted those Taishanmen to give up and take out the real thing. On the other hand, Yang Chen did intend to condense all of his spiritual power before going out. Among the rest of the spiritual power, the second wood spiritual power, the eighth metal spiritual power, and the sixth earth spiritual power have not condensed yet. As long as he had one more type of core, Yang Chen would be able to complete the formation of all 5 elements of yin. Among the 3 spiritual powers, the second wood spiritual power was the most outstanding. Compared with the 2 ordinary spiritual powers of 8th metal and 6th earth, the Yi wood spiritual power was promoted after Yang Chen absorbed the spiritual power of the blood demon vine. Although it was not as powerful as the Yi wood true essence, it was also a rare and powerful spiritual power. It was obviously the most suitable for a breakthrough. The second wood spirit power has reached the peak of the foundation stage, only 1 step away from entering the realm of Jedan. For Yang Chen, this required a period of concentrated cultivation. It didn't need to be too long, but it couldn't be too short either. There was no more suitable place for seclusion than in the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave. Yang Chen retreated, Gaou and Gong Sunling naturally entered the Immortals Cave. On the one hand, they tempered themselves, on the other hand, they could spend more time with Yang Chen. There was no time for cultivation. Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Yang Chen's time together was not very long, so they cherished it very much. Yang Chen also cherished such an opportunity. Every time he finished his cultivation, he would always discuss a lot of things with the 2 women. Sometimes they talked about cultivation, sometimes they talked about refining or formations. Most of the time, it was a variety of experiences and customs. Gong Suanling's craftsmanship has recently improved greatly, and she can always prepare delicious food for the 3 to eat together. Yang Chen has always believed that hard work is not the most efficient way. Sometimes, the combination of work and rest is the real way of cultivation. All kinds of methods should be tried. The simple pursuit of power was a manifestation of the devil. It must be known that the great figures of the heavenly court have always had a small banquet every 3 days and a big banquet every 5 days. They have not seen how their cultivation base has been neglected. Among those people, the worst was also a great principal golden immortal. Everything was going on in an orderly manner according to Yang Chen's plan. The cultivation base was slowly reaching the limit, waiting for the moment of breakthrough, and the outside world was also changing because of Yang Chen's attitude. Yang Chen was not interested in the reward of interpreting the ancient text, and the Taishanmen behind the rogue cultivators had to change their strategy again. Sometimes things are like this: once the performance of this side is not so active, the other side will be active. Several high-level officials of Taishanmen are now considering how to let Yang Chen help them interpret the contents of the secret key. They have a secret key, but they can only covet the huge resources in their imagination. In reality, there is no way to do it. This is the current embarrassment of Taishanmen. Let's try it openly in the form of cooperation between sects. It might work. Small tricks can't tempt Yang Chen, and finally someone proposed such a way: give Chunyang Palace some small benefits, let one of their disciples help to interpret something. I think Chunyang Palace should not refuse, right? The last time Elder Ming and Hall Master Marrow went to Chunyang Palace, it was very unpleasant. It is not easy to get help from Chunyang Palace. Immediately, an elder raised an objection. The last time they targeted Chunyang Palace, the loss of more than a dozen life-flying swords almost made Taishanmen laugh. Not long after, they actually wanted to cooperate with Chunyang Palace. Of course, some people would oppose it. Now it was Taishanmen who were asking for help. Naturally, their attitude had to change. The person who raised the objection did not express it very explicitly. He just said that it was not easy to cooperate, but everyone understood what he meant. The Taishanmen, the leader of Taoism, were they going to accompany the smiling faces of Chunyang Palace? Compared with the so-called attitude of Chunyang Palace, this was the real reason for opposition. They were used to being high and mighty, and when they had to make a low posture, that was the most uncomfortable place. The overall situation is important. At the critical moment, the master could still grasp the direction. The overall situation was important, and all the reasons for reluctance were blocked. When things are done, we must tear that little beast into pieces. Since the master had already said so, everyone no longer insisted, but everyone seemed to have the same idea in their hearts. Yang Chen was not only a rising cultivation genius who might threaten Taishanmen, but also an enemy who killed 6 Yuanying realm ancestors of Taishanmen. No matter how the 6 Yuanying realm ancestors died, Yang Chen could not get away from it in any case. What was to be discussed next was what kind of price to use to persuade the Pure Yang Palace. Compared with the damage to their face, a little material payment seemed so insignificant. At least in the hearts of everyone who was discussing at the scene, this was what they thought. Chapter 742. How high-spirited was the head of the palace in recent days? The people of the Taishanmen came to the door again, but this time, it was not the aggressive posture of the last time. Instead, they put on a very pleasant attitude and came to seek cooperation with the Chunyang Palace. Of course, the Taishanmen were the Taishanmen. Even if they came to ask for help, it was impossible for them to be in such a humble posture. However, for the Taishanmen to put on such a cooperative posture, it had already explained a lot of problems. Especially compared with the arrogance of the last time, the attitude this time was undoubtedly pleasant. The high and mighty Taishanmen also had times to ask for help. When the head of the palace knew the other party's intention, he almost looked up to the sky and laughed a few times to show his pride and happiness. Although this matter was not deliberately arranged by Yang Chen, it was still because of Yang Chen in essence. The head of the palace was once again surprised by the impact of Yang Chen, and then hid this surprise in his heart, put on a kind look, and carefully discussed the details of cooperation with the envoy of the Taishanmen. Even when the head of the palace said that he needed to discuss with the elders, the envoy of the Taishanmen was very understanding. To let the people of the Taishanmen wait and wait for a decision after discussion, this was not the treatment of any sect. This alone was enough to make the head of the palace and all the elders happy a little. The requirements of the Taishanmen were not very complicated. They just wanted to ask Yang Chen to help interpret some words. For Yang Chen, this was just a little effort, but the return was amazing. At least the Taishanmen expressed enough sincerity this time. Some of the things that they took out were very tempting. Among them, there were 2 things that you needed to refine the dragon horn flying sword. Wang Yong quietly agreed to this cooperation, and the other elders had no objection. Now was not the time to fall out with the Taishanmen, so some superficial relationships still needed to be maintained. However, even if the Taishanmen wanted to cooperate, they couldn't let Yang Chen make a move just because Yang Chen wanted to. After all, Yang Chen was in closed-door training now, wasn't he? Therefore, the high and mighty Taishanmen could only wait for Yang Chen to come out of seclusion. Last time, the disciples who were refining their natal flying sword had to take out their natal flying sword on the spot. Even if it meant destroying a bunch of Dharma treasures and the disciples' cultivation, they still had to do it. This was completely different from the last time. They could work together, but they had to wait for Yang Chen to come back when he was free. Moreover, there was another condition, which was that the thing to be interpreted had to be brought to Chunyang Palace and not to Taishanmen. Chunyang Palace was responsible for helping to find a quiet room so that Yang Chen and the people of Taishanmen could go in and interpret it together, but not in Taishanmen. This was obviously for the safety of Yang Chen, and the people of Taishanmen hesitated again and agreed. But there was also a condition. Yang Chen must swear by his heart demon that he must never tell anyone else what he saw. The two sides reached a cooperation. The faces of the head of the palace and the envoy of Taishanmen were full of cordial smiles, as if this meant the beginning of the cooperation between the two sects, and there was no other abnormality. The Taishanmen showed great sincerity this time. They even took out the promised remuneration on the day of the cooperation intention and handed it to Chunyang Palace. Everything was waiting for Yang Chen to finish his retreat. Yang Chen's retreat this time did not take too long, or it did not take as long as Yang Chen thought. Perhaps the three spiritual powers of the Yang five elements had been condensed at the same time, and the remaining three spiritual powers had been raised to the peak of the peak. The refinement of the second wood spiritual power only took him more than 4 years to enter the process of condensing Dan. Yang Chen was already familiar with this process. He had experienced it at least 7 times, and this was the 8th time. Above the 2 spiritual veins in the Immortal's Cave, the spiritual power of the outside world was continuously absorbed by Yang Chen's body, and then gathered in the small sesame-sized second wood golden Dan that had just been formed. All the processes seemed so smooth. However, it was completely different from cultivating in the first wood spiritual solution and the 7th metal spiritual solution. The influx of the 2 kinds of spiritual solutions, whether in quality or quantity, was much better than the spiritual power absorbed by Yang Chen now. At least Yang Chen did not have to absorb it and then convert it into the second wood spiritual power, adding a process of consuming time. There was no way. The spiritual power absorbed from the spiritual veins must be converted and purified before it could be suitable for the needs of the Golden Dan. This process wasted at least 90% of Yang Chen's time. Waiting for the growth of the Jedan was naturally not as good as cultivating in the huge and unparalleled first wood true essence spiritual solution and 7th metal true essence spiritual solution. Therefore, Yang Chen patiently began to absorb the condensed spiritual power and strengthen his newly formed little Jedan. This absorption and strengthening took almost a whole year. Finally, in Yang Chen's satisfied exhalation, the long-sized golden Dan spontaneously absorbed the spiritual power and spun up. It quickly came together with the 2 yin 5 elements golden Dans that had been formed. Next, the condensation of the 3 yin 5 elements golden Dans naturally led to the condensation of the remaining 2 yin 5 elements golden Dans. The 2 spiritual powers of the 8th metal and 6th earth condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye until they shrank into 2 sesame-sized golden Dans in the Dantian. Then, the spiritual power between heaven and earth began to rush into Yang Chen's body. Whether it was the first wood true essence spiritual solution or the 7th metal true essence spiritual solution, Yang Chen had a large number of spiritual liquids on his hands, which were actually in the Yang 5 elements. Among the Yin 5 elements, although there were also some 10th water true essence, compared to the other 2, it was just a drop in the bucket. When the 3 spiritual powers of the Yang 5 elements were condensed at the same time, with the support of the huge spiritual power of the 7th metal spiritual solution, the direct conversion was enough to meet the requirements of the 3 golden Dans to absorb spiritual power. Because it was the original spiritual power, the quality of the conversion was also very high. Yang Chen only spent a short period of time from the condensation to the end. But now it was different. The spiritual power absorbed completely from the spiritual veins could not be compared with the seventh metal spiritual solution at all. Therefore, Yang Chen had to endure the cumbersome process of absorption and transformation to condense and enrich the golden Dan again. Fortunately, Yang Chen was prepared and once again controlled the two spiritual veins around him, which was enough for all the condensation. He patiently controlled the spiritual power and methodically enriched the newly condensed golden Dan. This process, slow and orderly, has been under the control of Yang Chen. After a whole year, the last two remaining golden dans finally grew to the same level as the second wood golden Dan. In Yang Chen's dantian, according to the arrangement of the five elements, it perfectly formed a yin five elements golden Dan with the other three golden dans. Chapter 743. At the moment when the yin five elements were formed, the five golden dans began to rotate rapidly, each of them complemented each other and began to balance each other. The five yang five elements golden Dan in his chest seemed to be affected by the formation of the yin five elements golden Dan and synchronously rotated with the yin five elements golden Dan. The upper and lower five elements golden Dan, at the same speed and in the same direction, rotated quickly, as if condensed into one, respectively. In the body of Yang Chen, a three-dimensional golden Dan network was constructed. Boom! Yang Chen's consciousness instantly sneaked into his sea of consciousness. This time, the change in his sea of consciousness was definitely comparable to any previous one. The entire sea of consciousness seemed to have become a balloon that was constantly being inflated, expanding wildly. 300 acres, 350 acres, 450 acres. It has been expanded to a radius of 600 acres before it stopped completely. The height has more than doubled again. The size of the entire space could even be compared to the original first layer of the pure bottle medicine garden. All the existences in the sea of consciousness, except for the bloody river, were all magnified in the same proportion. This kind of expansion was not only the expansion of the volume, but more of the solidification. The thick branches of the first wood were more and more dense, supporting the sky more stable, and the two pieces of land connected by the long bridge of the ox horns were more and more extensive. The surrounding ocean had also expanded by more than double, and the two rivers that were distributed on the two pieces of land had become wider, longer, and deeper. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had stayed at the peak of the middle darching stage, but at this moment, it finally broke through the calm again and madly rose to the late darching stage. When the improvement of the spiritual awareness finally stopped, Yang Chen was still unable to control the outbreak of the spiritual awareness at that moment. Suddenly, an overwhelming terrifying aura was emitted from Yang Chen's body and instantly filled the space of the entire Jedan stage portal. From the moment Yang Chen began to condense the Dan, Gaou, and Gong Sunling have never stopped paying attention to Yang Chen. They watched as Yang Chen's aura became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding spiritual energy became denser and denser. Just when they were secretly happy for Yang Chen, the sudden burst of aura almost made the two women faint. Fortunately, the two women, whether it was Gaou or Gong Sunling, were convinced that Yang Chen would never hurt them, so they could barely control their emotions. But even so, in the face of Yang Chen's terrifying pressure, they still couldn't resist with their nascent soul stage cultivation base. As for the Gold Core Realm disciples distributed throughout the portal and the demon clan who originally lived in the cave residence, at this moment, almost all of them were shocked by Yang Chen's terrifying coercion. At least more than 90% of the creatures directly fainted, and the remaining 10% were also trembling. Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness coercion came and went quickly. In just a moment, Yang Chen had already easily controlled his own spiritual consciousness riot, and then converged it. But then, it was the outbreak of spiritual power. The yin-yang five elements golden Dan network rotated and suddenly exuded a circle of surging spiritual power, so that Yang Chen had an impulse to vent it out. Without thinking about it, Yang Chen directly closed his eyes and blasted a punch in a direction where there was no one. In this space, even if there was a distance of 1,000 miles, it was impossible to stop Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness exploration. Where there was someone and where there was no one, Yang Chen didn't need to open his eyes and he knew it clearly. Boom, the punch of the five elements spiritual power, yin and yang, bombarded the top of a small hill. The huge explosion brought with it a sky full of smoke and dust, completely blocking everyone's sight. After a while, the smoke and dust settled, but the hill no longer existed, leaving only a huge pit with a slight trace of a fist mark. Master, senior sister. Yang Chen opened his eyes and didn't look at the other side. He directly faced Gaou and Gong Sunling and said, "Let you be frightened." Gaou and Gong Sunling were indeed a little frightened, not because the pressure of Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness was too terrifying, but because of the punch just now. After all, both women and Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness double cultivation, knowing that Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness had become so strong that they could not understand it for the time being, it was not surprising. But Yang Chen was just a disciple in the early Jedan stage. No matter how powerful he was just in the early Jedan stage. However, the level of that punch was clearly comparable to that of a master in the Yuanying stage. This was simply challenging the common sense of the two women's cultivation. You measure your spiritual power level. Gaou, who was in shock, almost took out the sky measuring ruler without thinking about it and handed it to Yang Chen to let him measure it. After Wang Yong was promoted to the Daching stage, he temporarily handed over the sky measuring ruler to Gaou for safekeeping. This was originally Yang Chen's thing, so naturally it should be returned to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was not there, so it was very normal to give it to Gaou. When other elders want to borrow it when they want to break through, they can talk to Yang Chen. Yang Chen has not touched the sky measuring ruler for a long time, and even almost forgot that he had this thing. Taking the sky measuring ruler and inputting spiritual power, he soon saw the color that showed his spiritual power level. Both women have measured their own levels. Compared with the standard of 100 degrees in the early Jedan stage under normal circumstances, one of the two women was 300 degrees and the other was 280 degrees, which could almost be said to be superior. 3,100 degrees, this result made Gaou and Gong Sunling look stunned. The two women were already regarded as cultivation geniuses, but when they saw Yang Chen's 3,100 degrees, they still couldn't help but have a feeling that they had cultivated for so many years, but they were still a waste. Others can't imagine the feeling of gathering the yin and yang 5 elements golden dan. They can only use the simplest numbers to understand that Yang Chen's pure spiritual power was 10 times that of Gaou and Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling didn't know what to think for the time being, but at least Gaou already felt as if she was not a master, but an apprentice. Don't worry about the amount of spiritual power. What really determines everything is the state of mind. Yang Chen knew the feelings of the two women, and it was very helpful to remind them the sky measuring ruler just let you see the changes in your spiritual power, let you have confidence every day, that's all, it can't measure your combat effectiveness. Having said that, the two women still couldn't help but feel discouraged. The gap of 10 times was really a bit of a blow. Originally, one of them was a master and the other was a senior apprentice sister. They were all walking in front of Yang Chen, but now Yang Chen had surpassed them by so much. More than 3,000 degrees, if divided according to the spiritual power, this is already the level of the Yuanying stage. And Yang Chen's realm is still in the early Jedan stage, it can't be said that this is an incomprehensible existence. If others tell the two women about this kind of thing, the two women will definitely think that the other party is joking. However, Yang Chen is really standing in front of them, there is no fiction at all. Chapter 744. Yang Chen's spiritual power condensed Dan was completed, but he did not immediately exit the state of retreat. In fact, when the Taishanmen came to the door, the head of the palace had already notified Yang Chen for the first time. It must be known that Yang Chen's retreat was not the kind of retreat that could not be disturbed at all. Every day, he would chat with his master and senior sister to relax. The Taishanmen gave so much face and sent the opportunity to the door. How could Yang Chen let go of it? Of course, he had to take this opportunity to arrange everything, and the arrangement must be seamless. Just taking advantage of the opportunity of retreat, Yang Chen did some preparatory work in advance, and by the way, let the guys of the Taishanmen taste the taste of waiting anxiously. In the Immortal's cave, Yang Chen began to refine a small object. In this regard, the two women were very interested, but what surprised the two women was that they couldn't understand what Yang Chen was doing, and the things that Yang Chen refined really made people speechless. With the name of Gaou's refining master, the apprentice that she taught actually refined a simple and crude jade card. Not only that, but the poor carving of the jade card and the ugly patterns on it all showed that this was a shoddy thing. If such a thing were to be taken out, Gaou, as the master of Yang Chen, would definitely be ashamed to not go out for 10 years, it was too shameful. However, this kind of poor thing, Yang Chen actually spent almost 2 months to make it, which was very unusual. Of course, the two women also saw this point, so even though it was unsightly and embarrassing, no one questioned it. Even the two women were very tacit, no one asked Yang Chen what he was going to do. After completing the jade card, Yang Chen pretended to consolidate his cultivation base. 2 months later, Yang Chen announced that he had finished his retreat and came to the head of the palace and the elders. The movement of Yang Chen's condensing Dan had already alarmed the head of the palace. He was the person who controlled the Blue Vault Mountain Immortals Cave. What happened in the Immortals Cave, he could almost detect it immediately. However, it was discovered that the turmoil caused by Yang Chen, the head of the palace, did not say a word, or even did anything, but let the situation develop. Looks like you've accomplished another great miracle. Palace Master Zhong Jiao looked at Yang Chen, whose spirit was completely different. He couldn't help but sigh again, and then asked tentatively, 5 elements all attribute Dan? Yang Chen nodded and said nothing. But when they saw Yang Chen's reply, the head of the palace and the elders all took a breath of cold air. All 5 elements foundation establishment had already made people very speechless, and now they actually came up with a full attribute core condensation. This matter has completely deviated from the common sense of cultivation in the minds of the head of the palace and the elders. They could not imagine how such a thing could happen. The 5 elements foundation establishment could be said to be a low realm, and it could be easily accepted, but the condensing Dan was not so easy. It was difficult to condense a spirit power, let alone the 5 elements foundation establishment. However, there had already been an example of Gaou's double attribute condensation. This kind of thing was quickly accepted by the senior members of the Chunyang Palace. It could only be said that Wang Yong's apprentice and a grand disciple were indeed amazing, a pair of little monsters. The representative of Taishanmen had been waiting anxiously. It had to be said that when Chunyang Palace agreed to cooperate, the people of Taishanmen were somewhat impatient to know the news of the secret plane. They couldn't wait to open the secret plane and find out the resources inside. Who would have thought that Yang Chen's retreat would be more than 6 years, making them wait for 6 years? When he saw Yang Chen, the representative of Taishanmen seemed to inadvertently reveal a killing intent, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. However, this wisp of killing intent was keenly captured by Yang Chen. In front of his late darching stage spiritual awareness, there were few people in the mortal world who could hide from Yang Chen's feeling. Yang Chen quietly followed the head of the palace, in the main hall of the sect, accompanied by the head of the palace and several elders, and under the gaze of the representative of Taishanmen and several attendants, he made a heart oath. Help Taishanmen interpret the contents of the secret key, and never leak them. The grand ceremony completely dispelled the concerns of Taishanmen. In fact, if this was the operation from the beginning, there would be no need to go around so many circles, and it would not take so many years in vain, and also let the 3 Yuanying stage masters of Taishanmen wait in Chunyang Palace for 6 years. Seeing all this happening in front of them, it was impossible to say that the 3 Yuanying stage masters of Taishanmen did not have the slightest complaint. For Yang Chen, they had long known the attitude of the upper echelons of the sect. They would definitely kill him after using him, and there would be no mercy. However, for the upper echelons of the sect, they had wasted so much time because of wrong decisions, they absolutely hated them. For such a simple thing, they had to turn so many twists and turns, and play tricks. In the end, it was better to show their views and solve all the problems with just one exchange. It had to be said that those guys, sometimes they really had a pig's brain. Next, it was natural that Yang Chen and the 3 representatives of Taishanmen entered the quiet room prepared by Chunyang Palace to interpret the ancient characters on the secret key. However, after entering the quiet room, the 3 Yuanying stage masters checked the quiet room first, and then a series of arrangements of at least 10 restrictions for each person, and even took out a formation plate to launch, completely eliminating the possibility of eavesdropping in Chunyang Palace. That formation plate was made by the masters of the Dacheng stage in Taishanmen. It was specially used to isolate sound and all prying. There were dozens of restrictions in the formation plate itself, plus the restrictions arranged by the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors outside. Even if it was the masters of the Dacheng stage in Taishanmen, it was impossible to have the opportunity to eavesdrop, let alone the small Chunyang Palace. After doing all this, one of the Yuanying stage ancestors took out a piece of metal material from his Chenkuan bag. In the surprised eyes of Yang Chen, the metal material was broken, and the secret key covered with ancient inscriptions was taken out and handed to Yang Chen. Although the things have been given to Yang Chen, the 3 always remained vigilant. Once Yang Chen made any abnormal moves, the 3 would definitely snatch the key back first. At this point, they had absolute confidence. Yang Chen did not intend to make any irrational moves here, but picked up the secret key and began to frown and look up and down. After turning it for more than 10 times in a row, there was a wry smile on his face. What? You don't know these inscriptions? The leading Yuanying stage ancestor became nervous and asked anxiously. If Yang Chen didn't know it, this joke would be big. Chapter 745. That's not it. Yang Chen shook his head and said with a wry smile, I still know the words. Cool, even the Yuanying stage masters themselves did not notice it, they breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yang Chen knew these words, otherwise, their trip would have become meaningless. I thought this was the key to the secret plane, but it doesn't look like it. Yang Chen's next sentence brought the 3 people into the whirlpool of shock again. This is not the key to the secret plane. The Yuanying stage ancestor in the middle was shocked and stood up directly. This was not the key to the secret plane, then what was everyone busy with? To be exact, this is just a way to guide the way to open the secret plane. Yang Chen smiled and replied slowly. The heart hung in the throat, fell back to the chest, then hung in the throat and fell back to the chest. The 3 Yuanying stage ancestors, even in the most dangerous battle, were not so thrilling, but a few words from Yang Chen made them lose their composure again and again. The way to open the secret plane, even if it was not the key to the secret plane, it was not much worse. The 3 people finally completely put their hearts back into their stomachs. The eyes of the 3 people were very bad and they all stared at the face of Yang Chen, and they almost turned against Yang Chen. How to open the secret plane? The representative of the Yuanying stage ancestor in the middle asked in a deep voice. If it was not necessary for Yang Chen to interpret these words, maybe they could not help but punch Yang Chen's head, or cut Yang Chen in half with a sword. I don't know. Yang Chen shook his head directly and replied very straightforwardly, the inscriptions on it are not recorded. The 3 Yuanying stage ancestors were almost crazy. After saying so much, he actually said that he did not know, there was no record on it. Where did Yang Chen's original conclusion come from? Then how do you know that this can guide the way to open the secret plane? The roar of the patriarch's representative was almost deafening. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted an explanation from Yang Chen's mouth, he might have already taken Yang Chen's head with his sword. The inscription on the surface only records a guiding formation. The real content is still inside. Yang Chen raised the secret key in his hand and replied very casually, as long as you follow these inscriptions and make a small magic circle, you can open the contents inside. After saying that, Yang Chen smiled and said in a relaxed manner, that's good too. At least I don't have to worry about you guys trying to kill me for leaking the secret. I don't know anyway, do I? Yang Chen's words made the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors somewhat speechless. In fact, the great vow of the heart demon was indeed the most solemn test, but it was not the most timely vow. Even if Yang Chen leaked the secret, the vow would be fulfilled when he was undergoing his tribulation, which might be many years later. The only thing that could make people feel at ease was the dead. The dead would not speak, and they were the best at keeping secrets. How to make this formation? The Yuanying stage ancestor representative asked in a deep voice. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Chen anymore, he just wanted to know all the contents, and then quickly leave this damn guy. He didn't want to see his hateful face again. Forget it, I'm still tired to help you do it. Yang Chen sighed, took out a piece of jade card from his body, and then carved it clumsily. The three Yuanying stage ancestors stared intently at Yang Chen's technique. It seemed that they wanted to see it clearly and remember it. Yang Chen did not avoid it, he made it honestly in front of the three of them, and even explained it. No one would have thought that this piece of jade card, which was originally flat, was actually a jade card that had been cast by Yang Chen. The three Yuanying stage ancestors, under the intervention of Yang Chen's powerful late Dacheng stage spiritual awareness, none of them found this. In fact, Yang Chen's previous twists and turns made the mood of the three Yuanying stage ancestors fluctuate. It was completely conscious, in order to cover up Yang Chen's own actions at this moment. When the three people were filled with anger, it was also the time when their defenses were the most relaxed, especially when they thoroughly understood that Yang Chen could do it. Easily, Yang Chen in front of the three Yuanying stage ancestors, completed the jade card with the trap that he had already refined, and then handed it to the representative in the middle. Just put this jade card on the key, you said, and input a little spirit power. You can release the contents sealed inside. When Yang Chen returned the key, he did not forget to tell them how to use it. If you don't feel at ease, I have also said the production method, just follow the same technique to make a jade card. If you dare to lie to us, I will kill you with my own hands. The Yuanying stage master in the middle was obviously not so restrained. He fiercely took the jade card and the secret key, dropped a sentence, put away the restrictions and the formation plate, turned around and left. The two companions next to him, without saying a word, also fiercely stared at Yang Chen, followed the partners who had already got up, and left together. Out of the quiet room, the three Yuanying stage ancestors did not hide their serious faces, but politely said goodbye to the head of the palace and several elders, and then directly left in front of everyone. Their attitude was completely different from when they came. Watching the three people leave, Yang Chen's face showed an inscrutable smile. When he just made the jade card, he had already engraved the small trap on the jade card that had already been completed in a certain inscription stroke of the secret key. As long as the other party made a guiding formation according to the method he said, it would guide the trap. It could be imagined that the people of Taishanmen would never believe the jade card made by Yang Chen, and would definitely make their own set. The arrangement on the secret key, under the control of Yang Chen's extremely powerful spiritual awareness and the effect of the three purities' secret art, even their most powerful Dacheng stage elders would not necessarily be able to find it. Now Yang Chen has begun to look forward to it. Once the Taishanmen opened the trap, what kind of situation would it be that people couldn't wait to know the results? The head of the palace walked into the quiet room with a cold face. The attitude of the three guys just made the head of the palace very annoyed. When he saw Yang Chen, the face of the head of the palace was a little better. How is it? The head of the palace asked casually, seemingly concerned. Wait for a good show. Yang Chen showed a confident smile and gave the head of the palace the answer he wanted to hear. Will there be trouble with the heart oath? The head of the palace also showed a smile and asked with some concern. This disciple just promised never to disclose the secrets on this secret key. Yang Chen replied with a smile, but this disciple did not guarantee that the secret plane left by the clone consciousness will not be leaked. Chapter 746. Yang Chen's answer made the head of the palace stunned for a while, and then he laughed. With his mind, he immediately guessed that Yang Chen had done something to steal the sky and change the sun. The clone consciousness conveyed the news of the secret plane to the Taishanmen, and now the secret plane recorded in the secret key in the hands of the Taishanmen was secretly controlled by Yang Chen. Ha ha ha. The happy laughter lasted for a long time, and the head of the palace stopped. He looked at Yang Chen for a while and said, "Well, I won't ask, as long as you don't leave these things to the Taishanmen." This time, it could be regarded as a very unexpected process. The Taishanmen actually condescended to seek cooperation with the Chunyang Palace. The head of the palace and the elders were able to enjoy enough respect from several representatives of the Taishanmen, and finally, they could put the Taishanmen together. This kind of good thing was not too much for the head of the palace. Even if the head of the palace did not say this, Yang Chen would not leave these things to the Taishanmen. The secret key brought by the Taishanmen this time was actually not a real secret key. As Yang Chen said, it recorded the way to enter the secret plane, and the key itself did not have much effect. Since the news of the secret plane was given to the Taishanmen, Yang Chen naturally wanted to leave this secret plane as his own reward. Anyway, as long as it was the Taishanman's things, Yang Chen would not hesitate to pick it up. However, it was not Yang Chen's style to completely give the dangerous secret plane to the Taishanman. Therefore, it was necessary for Yang Chen to go to the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island to clarify his intentions to sect Master Lu and the Lord of Tan Tai. After the three representatives of the Taishanman got the specific things, they did not dare to neglect. They did not stop all the way and almost flew back to Taishanman in a straight line. The sect had been waiting for this secret place for decades. The things inside were enough to restore the prestige of the severely weakened Taishanman. At least in terms of resources, they would definitely be able to return to the peak of the Taishanman. The higher-ups had high hopes for this secret plane, and they naturally knew what was good and bad. The first thing he did when he returned to the sect was to meet with the sect leader and hand over Yang Chen's explanation and the jade token he made to the sect leader. Of course, the process of making the jade token was also recorded in detail on a bamboo slip and handed over. The higher-ups of Taishanman immediately gathered to discuss. For the time being, no one seemed to trust Yang Chen's explanation. This was not a lack of trust in Yang Chen's ability, but simply his identity. It must be known that Yang Chen was related to the death of 6 Yuanying stage masters. The jade token made by Yang Chen was also sneered at by several masters of refining and formation in Taishanman. It was a poor technique, a poor formation, and a poor material. It seemed that this Yang Chen was only talented in alchemy, and in other aspects, it was a slag. This was in line with the common sense in everyone's mind. If a person could be as heaven-defying as Yang Chen in alchemy, and also be proficient in refining and formations, it was incomprehensible. The formation was very simple, it was a guiding formation. Just at a glance, several elders who were good at formations determined this. The key was to guide the contents stored on the secret key. In this respect, the secret key was still a crucial part. There is no problem with the formation. An elder on behalf of several masters of inspection gave a conclusion: it's just that the kid's technique is too poor, and he can barely start it, it's not surprising. As he spoke, a jade card had appeared in the hands of the elder who spoke. In just a short period of 2 breaths, a carved guiding formation had appeared on the jade card. The neat and beautiful lines did not look gorgeous, but the solid basic skills made several masters next to him call it good. Even if the formation jade card made by Yang Chen could be used, they would not believe it. Anyway, there was a production method, there was no problem in making another one, and it seemed that the effect was obviously much better than the one made by Yang Chen. Of course, the secret key had to be taken back and checked over and over again to ensure that Yang Chen did not do anything on it. The one in charge of the inspection was an elder of the Darching stage. Looking at his careful appearance, it seemed that he wanted to explore the surface of the secret key inch by inch. This inspection process made the 3 Yuanying stage representatives a little angry. Under the eyes of the 3 of them, what could Yang Chen, a little guy in the early Jedan stage, do? The more careful the inspection of the elder of the Darching stage showed that he did not trust them. How could this make the 3 of them in a good mood? A little guy in the early Jedan stage, in less than half an hour, under the close observation of the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors, did he do something to the secret key? No matter who raised this question, it was contempt for the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors. But at this moment, the 3 Yuanying stage ancestors did not dare to show any anger, because the one who checked the things had been replaced by another elder of the Darching stage. These elders could be said to be the cornerstone of Taishanman. If they had doubts, then there must be something worth doubting. It was related to the plan of Taishanman, it was not too much to be careful. When the secret key was all checked by several elders of the Darching stage, and even after several elders of the Yuanying stage had checked it, the high-level officials determined that there was no problem in it. The formation on the jade card was personally made by their own elders, and the principle of the formation was too simple. The only thing that was a bit special was the judgment principle in the formation, but this was definitely related to the secret key. Otherwise, as soon as a simple formation was encountered, the content in the key would be guided out. Wouldn't that be too bad? The formation has been studied by a group of people, and there was no problem at all. Now, several elders of the Darching stage also judged that there was no problem with the key, and it had not been tampered with in the process of going out. Then, it seemed that they could start to launch the formation on the jade card to guide out the content recorded in the key. However, the cautious high-level officials still arranged it first. They chose an open space and arranged a protective formation. Who knew if there would be any danger in the secret key? This was not enough. In the more peripheral circle, a circle of restrictions was arranged, so that whatever content appeared inside would not be heard by any irrelevant people. In short, everything was very careful. No way, this was not the answer given by the Taishanmen themselves, but by Yang Chen. Since the death of the 6 Yuanying stage masters was related to him, he was likely to know the attitude of the Taishanmen towards him. Who knew if Yang Chen would arrange any traps inside? After doing all this, the sect master nodded to the 3 elders of the Dacheng stage inside and motioned them to start. Chapter 747. The 3 masters of the Dacheng stage were in the middle. It was certainly foolproof. In this world, there should be nothing that could kill 3 masters of the Dacheng stage at the same time in an instant. Even if there was, it would never be in a simple guiding formation, and it was even more impossible to be in a secret key that had been kept by the Taishanmen sect for an unknown period of time. The light on the jade card flashed, and a Dacheng stage elder injected spiritual power to activate the guiding formation. Then in the flash of light, the secret key was close to the jade card. Boom, a majestic to the extreme spiritual awareness burst out from the secret key. The instantaneous outbreak of the compressed and condensed spiritual awareness directly penetrated the protective array and shattered all the restrictions on the periphery. The protective array was to prevent the damage of spiritual power, but there was no way to prevent the penetration of the spiritual awareness. Moreover, this sudden outbreak of spiritual awareness did not hurt anyone, even if the restrictions were destroyed, but the people around did not feel any harm. In a flash, the scope of the shock wave of the spiritual awareness did not know how far it spread. The high-level Taishanmen standing in the center only felt that this spiritual awareness was powerful to the extreme. According to their experience, it was at least at the level of the late Dacheng stage, and may even be close to the peak Dacheng stage. The spiritual awareness just broke out. It did not hurt people, nor did it release pressure, so everyone was very relaxed. Even several elders and sect masters were pondering, only such a powerful predecessor could even seal all the secrets in the small secret key, and only release them after being guided. Then, a very clear image appeared in everyone's mind. The picture was very clear, it was a specific place. Then there was a passage of vicissitudes of life. He was a senior of a big sect that had declined in ancient times. His sect was destroyed, and he was about to ascend alone. He was powerless to change anything, but he left a legacy and capital for his descendants to revitalize his sect and make a comeback. The location in the picture was where the secret plane was located, what kind of method was needed to open it, but there was 1,000 warnings. The younger generation with insufficient strength should not think about opening it. There was great danger in the secret plane, but there were also great opportunities left for future generations. From the beginning to the end, this predecessor's message did not mention anything about Taishanmen, nor did he mention what was inside. He only described the method of opening the secret plane very clearly, and the location of the secret plane was also very specific. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that such a powerful divine sense had survived for tens of thousands of years and left behind a message was enough to show how powerful that senior was. Although the senior didn't mention what was inside, a great opportunity that could make him warn those who weren't strong enough not to be greedy was definitely tempting. Taishanmen may not have much, but they have a lot of experts. What does it mean that they are not strong enough? Are nascent soul realm experts enough? Are Mahayana stage masters enough? It seemed that this secret plane was in the pocket of the Taishanmen. His divine sense stopped for a while and repeated what he had just said. The picture had not changed much. It was the location of the secret plane. After 3 consecutive times, it suddenly disappeared, and there was no longer any trace of its aura. The secret key that carried these things, under the watchful eyes of everyone, quietly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind, leaving no trace. Sure enough, it was a senior expert. The message left behind was so earth-shattering. Several elders were discussing with each other what opportunities there would be in the secret plane with a smile on their faces. A master of the Darching stage suddenly shouted, "Not good." Everyone was stunned, and their eyes were instantly focused on the elder. With this reminder, the other two masters of the Darching stage also instantly understood. Almost immediately after the words of the elder, there were two exclamations of "not good." Within the coverage of the divine sense, everyone can hear and see. The elder of the Darching stage who first spoke quickly said a sentence, and then flew up in an instant, immediately blocked the sect. "We must not let the news leak." This sentence almost caused all the elders in the circle to collapse. Within the coverage of the divine sense, everyone can hear and see. Doesn't that mean that at least a lot of thousands of people know the news of the secret plane? In order to be safe, they also deliberately chose an open place, not the inner hall of the sect, which was a heavily protected place. 200 miles away from this area was the inner hall of the sect, and there were at least tens of thousands of disciples gathered in the inner mountain gate. In the other direction, less than 500 miles away, was the location of the largest market of the sect, where countless merchants gathered. At least half of them were not Taishanmen. Just now, the strength of the divine sense, almost everyone noticed it, but with common sense, everyone could understand how big the coverage of the divine sense of a master of the late Darching stage could be. At least within a radius of 2,000 miles, there was absolutely no problem. Within a radius of 2,000 miles, although it was within the territory of the Taishanmen, the people inside were not all disciples of the Taishanmen. Moreover, even if they were disciples of the Taishanmen, they did not dare to say that every one of them was loyal. The Taishanmen could place their own people in the Chunyang Palace or other sect, and other sect could also use this method to deal with the Taishanmen. In this way, within a radius of 2,000 miles, at least no less than 100,000 people knew the news of the secret plane. What the predecessor said was too detailed. Not only was there a clear picture, but also how to open it. Where it was clearly said. Even if he was afraid that others could not remember it, he deliberately said it 3 times. The eyes of the Taishanmen's sect master were almost on fire. His sect had worked hard to spend a lot of money, and even did not hesitate to condescend to cooperate with the Chunyang Palace to get the news, but it was actually known to 100,000 people. At this moment, everyone present had a feeling of wanting to kill someone. But everyone understood that killing people could not solve any problems at all. The elder of the Darching stage was right. The urgent matter was to seal the mountain, and the news must not be easily leaked. But within a radius of 2,000 miles, it was not easy to completely seal 100,000 people, even if it was the Taishanmen. The elder of the Darching stage who flew out rushed to the pivot of the mountain protecting formation in the first place and activated the mountain protecting formation to seal the mountain, but it still wasted some time. There were at least 2,000 people who, after hearing the news just now, left the Greatest Heaven sect at the fastest speed without saying anything. Among them, there were visitors who came to visit Taishanmen, businessmen who came to do business in Taishanmen, and even dozens of disciples of the Taishanmen. Even if the Taishanmen was sealed like an iron pass at this time, the news would inevitably spread out. Chapter 748. A secret plane passed down by the predecessors of an ancient sect. Among the people who suddenly heard this news, there were too many smart people. Of course, there were more people among them. Therefore, without waiting for the Taishanmen to react, some people even began to flee madly from the Taishanmen after just listening to it. At this time, most of the Taishanmen disciples were still immersed in the news of the secret plane, for fear of missing a syllable. No one would have thought of such an accident, and no one would understand how the news of a secret plane could spread to such a wide range. Perhaps, as the old predecessor said, he was afraid that people with insufficient cultivation base would try their luck, so he wanted to spread it on a large scale. Of course, the real opportunity was not only for people with sufficient cultivation base, but also for people with enough luck. The predecessor who left behind the secret plane said that there was a great danger, which has clearly explained everything. The news came from the Taishanmen, but this does not mean that this is the ancestral secret plane of the Taishanmen. The predecessor was a master of an ancient sect. This point was very clear. Even if the Taishanmen wanted to renege on the debt, it was impossible. It was not just 1 or 2 people who heard it, but tens of thousands of people. The Taishanmen were interested in the secret plane. The problem was that there would be no small number of people who were also interested in the secret plane. Perhaps some people and some sect did not dare to compete with the Taishanmen for the ownership of the secret plane. However, the Taishanmen was not the only super sect after all, and there were at least several that could be compared with it. The Five Elements sect, Blue Cloud sect, Green Jade Immortal Island, Chenkuan sect, and even some demon sects would never stand idly by. It must be known that the location of the secret plane was in the territory of the monster race. Although it was not very far from the Dao sects, it was also very close to the demon sects. A group of Taishanmen looked at the report of the sect's disciples speechlessly, and the kind of unwillingness in their hearts had almost been put to the greatest. After wasting so many years, spending so much effort, and even losing face to ask a younger generation junior, thinking that the things they got were exclusive to their own family, but they did not expect that it would be such a result. It wasn't that no one suspected that Yang Chen had done something, but no one could figure out two facts. One was whether Yang Chen had the ability to do so. That burst of spiritual awareness, everyone was sure that it was at least in the late Darching stage, or even higher, the peak Darching stage. And Yang Chen, at most, was at the level of the middle stage of Gold Core. How could he have such a realm of divine sense? What's more, adding up the people in Chunyang Palace, there were only 2 in the early Darching stage. All of them were promoted in recent decades. How could they have the opportunity to contact the masters in the late Darching stage? The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had masters of the late Darching stage, but where did they do it? In the quiet room? It was impossible. Almost all of the masters in the late Darching stage were in retreat in the sect. How could they have the leisure to play this kind of means? Another thing he couldn't figure out was how did Yang Chen do it? He got the secret key, from the beginning to the end, it was only half an hour at most. Where did he have time to play tricks? Unless he had made all the preparations before it was realized. This was even more inexplicable. If Yang Chen was prepared in advance, it meant that Yang Chen had long known the existence of this secret plane. Not to mention Yang Chen, replaced by anyone here, would they give up a secret plane that only they knew? This didn't make sense. Therefore, in this way, Yang Chen's suspicion was the least. The only explanation was the arrangement of the ancient predecessor. There was another doubt that couldn't be figured out. Wasn't this secret key left by the predecessor of the sect? How did it become an ancient predecessor, and it had nothing to do with the sect? Wasn't it said that there were records of the sect? When someone raised this question, after a while, an elder answered the question with some embarrassment. This was indeed something recorded by the sect, but whether the original owner was a Taishanman was still debatable. The Taishanmen had a long history, and their overbearing style was not only developed in recent decades, but has been adhering to the development of the sect, and it has always been this attitude. What the disciples of the sect snatched from the hands of others, it was naturally also the things of the sect. It was this simple and crude logic, so this thing became the legacy left by the predecessors of the Taishanmen. As for how the predecessor who stayed behind got it, no one knew. As soon as thousands of people were found to have escaped, the senior members of the Taishanmen immediately began to gather to discuss countermeasures. In any case, this secret plane was obtained by the Taishanmen after a lot of effort, so they could not allow others to touch it. Immediately, a Darching stage elder set off with a few Yuanying stage masters and a group of Jedan stage disciples. They first went to the site to occupy the site, so as not to let others take advantage of it first. Among the people who escaped, there was no master of the Darching stage, so even if other sect got the news, it would be a little later than the Taishanmen. A Darching stage elder went over to take charge, and the ordinary people would not dare to offend easily. Next, they had to worry about the problems of several big sect. The Taishanmen originally had an excuse. After all, the key to the secret plane was in the hands of the Taishanmen. However, now the only key to the secret plane was turned into powder, and there was no way to provide any evidence. And the predecessor said clearly that it was an ancient sect. Since it was an ancient sect, it naturally had nothing to do with the Taishanmen. There was no way to take this resource for themselves. Now the only way was to race against the time. Before the other big sect reacted, they immediately opened the secret plane, swept away the things, and left an empty place for others. This was the right way. In the case of this kind of thing, it has always been the fast hand, the slow hand has nothing. This was the tacit rule of everyone. After the discussion, another Darching stage elder took a few Yuanying stage ancestors to the secret plane. In everyone's imagination, 2 masters of the Darching stage were enough to deal with everything. This was exactly the effect that Yang Chen wanted. Originally, the Taishanmen got the guidance of the Avatar consciousness and were very well prepared. Even so, they still lost a few masters of the Darching stage. Now the consequences of a hasty action were self-evident. Not only could they not get anything, but they would also lose a few more lives. And this kind of delay would also win enough time for other big sect. This was also the reason why Yang Chen was now leisurely traveling all the way until the news spread to the major sect, and then appeared in the Green Jade Immortal Island. The 2 major sects must know these things in order to make further arrangements for this. Next, it was up to Yang Chen to see if he could successfully persuade the 2 sect masters. Chapter 749. Seeing Shashanshan again, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Last time, Shashanshan had some heart demons entangling her, and her spirit was very tired, and the state was very long. But this time, Fairy Sha was cold and elegant, like a sword out of its sheath, full of heroic spirit, with a different kind of valiance. This is the real Fairy Sha, Yang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, in exchange for Shashanshan's rare slightly charming eyes. Later, Yang Chen was taken to the Lord of Tantai. Yang Chen helped the Taishanmen interpret the secret key, which was not a secret, and many people knew it. Especially after interpreting the secret key, the Taishanmen also made such a big mistake, and the causes and consequences were well known. Although it seemed that there was no direct relationship with Yang Chen, the Lord of Tantai still hoped to know the specific situation. I know that you have made a heart oath, and you can't disclose it to the public. The Lord of Tantai spoke to Yang Chen. Without the slightest change, it was straightforward and straight to the point. First, the Lord of Tantai and Yang Chen were already acquaintances. Second, with the identity of the Lord of Tantai, he would not go to the extent of playing any small tricks on a younger generation junior. With the relationship between Yang Chen and his own disciple, Shashanshan, it was not too difficult to ask anything. I just want to know, if my Green Jade Immortal Island wants to get involved, is there a chance? In the words of the Lord of Tantai, there was no mention of any details, but only one result. It was not Yang Chen who leaked the news. Moreover, the news has already spread all over the place. There was no need to ask Yang Chen for details. The Lord of Tantai just wanted to hear his judgment because Yang Chen was the person who had the most direct contact with the secret key at that time, that was all. This saved Yang Chen a lot of trouble. He didn't have to explain any schemes or tricks, and he didn't have to win the trust of the island master. He just had to state his own judgment, and the rest would be decided by the island master. Forgive me for not being able to go into too much detail. Yang Chen apologized first. This was the proper courtesy and also a way to show his attitude. After all, it was a great heart demon oath. Although it did not affect him, he could not let others think that he had no qualms about it. This would arouse a lot of suspicion. Speak your mind. The Lord of Tantai was a straightforward person. There was no one else here except for Shashanshan. It must have been arranged beforehand. It seemed that the Green Jade Immortal Island was also very envious of the secret plane, otherwise there would not be such a situation. There will be great danger, but there will be great rewards. As soon as Yang Chen opened his mouth, it was 2 facts that everyone understood. This was what the predecessor repeatedly told them, and it was not surprising. Only these. The Lord of Tantai frowned slightly. This news had no meaning for her. It was all information that she already knew. According to this younger generation junior's judgment, at least 5 masters of the Darching stage are needed. Yang Chen finally said his own judgment, and then added another sentence, and not all of them may come back. Hearing this, the Lord of Tantai's eyes suddenly lit up. Yang Chen said it was a judgment, but with the Lord of Tantai's understanding of Yang Chen was by no means a person who spoke without thinking, so there must be a reason for Yang Chen. But she would never ask Yang Chen's reason at this time. Yang Chen made a great heart demon oath and would not disclose any details. This judgment was inferred based on the details, and it was not included, but it also explained a lot of things. The need for 5 masters of the Darching stage meant that the initial arrangement of the Taishanmen did not need to worry at all, and not all of them would come back, which meant that some people might die. 5 masters of the Darching stage were likely to lose some of them, so if 2 masters of the Darching stage made a move without authorization, maybe all of them would die. If the Taishanmen lost 2 masters of the Darching stage, it would be good news for several other sect members. If the masters of their own sect appeared and opened the secret plane, wouldn't the resources inside be in their hands? However, there would be people who could not come back, and the masters of the sect would be reluctant. The Lord of Tantai's mind turned quickly, but he immediately thought of another aspect. There were many masters in the sect, but there were also a few disobedient guys. What was the difference between disobedient masters and no masters? As the island master, the Lord of Tantai was also a decisive person, and he immediately had a plan in his heart. He didn't say anything more, but asked young Chen with concern, "What are your plans next?" This junior intends to go to the Blue Cloud sect to see little Shui. Young Chen did not hide his whereabouts, and his words also made the Lord of Tantai think more. What was young Chen going to the Blue Cloud sect for? Obviously, he also wanted to say these words to the Blue Cloud sect. At this point, the Lord of Tantai understood that this was because the Chunyang Palace did not want their allies to feel that they were favoring one and discriminating against the other, which was human nature. Since even the Chunyang Palace could think so thoroughly, then the Green Jade Immortal Island, as an ally, naturally could not fall behind. Since they were allies with the Blue Cloud sect, it was not impossible to take down this secret plane together. Anyway, in terms of the benefits of the 100,000 mountains, everyone was happy to cooperate, and there was no harm in cooperating once more. What made the Lord of Tantai even more tempted was that the Blue Cloud sect also seemed to have a few masters who did not listen to Sect Master Lu. There were 5 or 6 masters on both sides, which was enough to make a difference in the secret plane. Young Chen did not say which one might not come back, and it was impossible to know where they could not come back. So in this case, it was better to let these disobedient guys try. No matter which one could not come back, it seemed that it was not a bad thing for him and Sect Master Lu. As for these guys who did not listen to the instructions, but the temptation of the resources of the secret plane was in front of them, they would definitely be willing to take such a trip. At that time, as long as a few masters were arranged at the appropriate time, then most of the resources could still fall into the hands of the 2 sect. Such a wonderful opportunity was simply a gift from the heavens to the 2 sect. Not only could they weaken the strength of the Taishanmen, but they could also clear the hidden dangers in the sect and harvest resources. This kind of good thing that could kill several birds with one stone, where could they find it? The only thing to worry about was that the 5 Elements sect and Chenkuan sect would also intervene, but in any case, their preparation would not be as thorough as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Everyone was a competitor, and a step ahead was a step ahead. It was wonderful to think about it. The Lord of Tantai was now indescribably satisfied with young Chen. Don't look at young Chen's 2 sentences before and after, but this was said at the risk of violating the Heart Demon Oath. This was an adult invitation, the Lord of Tantai absolutely recognized. In this case, Shanshan and you have not seen each other for a long time. It is better for young people to get along with each other. It is better for you to go together, the Lord of Tantai suggested with a smile. By the way, help me to say hello to Sect Master Lu. Chapter 750. Letting Shanshan and young Chen go together, the decision of the Lord of Tantai seemed to be quite worth pondering. If it was in the past, when young Chen went to the Blue Cloud sect and took Shanshan with him, it was nothing more than giving people the feeling that Shanshan and young Chen had a closer relationship, slightly showing off to Sun Qingxue. Of course, the root cause was still the means of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect to win over young Chen, a master of alchemy. But this time, letting Shanshan accompany young Chen seemed to have a different flavor, especially the last sentence, to greet Sect Master Lu, which was even more mysterious. Young Chen could almost conclude that the Lord of Tantai had some thoughts, and it was estimated that he wanted to take this opportunity to let Shanshan's appearance show her attitude. After removing the Heart Devil, when Shanshan and young Chen were alone together, there was no longer that kind of cold expression, and it was a lot softer. On young Chen's shuttle, Shashanshan still played the role of the tea maker, like a wife serving her husband, carefully preparing the fragrant tea for young Chen. When I was traveling around these years, I also collected a few spirit springs and found a few tea trees. You can help me taste it. When Shashanshan said this, it was after pouring the first cup for young Chen. I remember you like this flavor. It was rare that Shashanshan could care about what flavor of tea young Chen liked, which was not a small progress. At least in the memory of young Chen's previous life, there was no lucky guy who was so concerned by Shashanshan. Usually, the man that Shashanshan paid attention to would soon become a dead man. Young Chen enjoyed Shashanshan's service happily and even gave his judgment as if it was a matter of fact. Speaking of which, with young Chen's knowledge and reading of various miscellaneous books, the things he said in this regard were very meaningful and pointed to the key points, which made Shashanshan nod repeatedly. No matter how good the taste was, one would eventually get tired of it if they only enjoyed one. Shashanshan's method was very correct. She collected all kinds of tea trees and spiritual spring water and matched them with different flavors. Every time she changed it, it was also a supreme enjoyment. Sun Qingxue didn't like the tea ceremony that much. She took a sip and then happily presented it to young Chen, who had just arrived. I've asked people to buy a few special wineries in various places. You can drink whatever flavor of wine you want. Every year, I'll save a few hundred jars for you. After a few years, you'll be able to enjoy it. Shashanshan liked tea, but Sun Qingxue liked wine under the influence of young Chen. She was born in a big family, and her capacity for alcohol has always been good. She could accompany young Chen to have a drink. However, Sun Qingxue always knew how to control her own volume. A beautiful woman drinking a small drink could increase the interest, but if she drank too much, it would be very ugly. Vaguely, the two women had some tit-for-tat meaning. In the past, whether it was Shashanshan or Sun Qingxue, when they were together with young Chen provided tea and wine, but this time, the two women had their own preparations. However, this tit-for-tat did not last too long. The news that young Chen came to Blue Cloud Sect had already reached Sect Master Lu. Soon, Elder Hua Wanting appeared in person and brought young Chen to Sect Master Lu. Facing Sect Master Lu alone, young Chen was not flustered. After Elder Hua brought young Chen over, he didn't know where he went. There were only two people here, young Chen and Sect Master Lu. And young Chen clearly found that there were at least a dozen restrictions around. What did you say to the Lord of Tantai? You can also say it to me. Sect Master Lu seemed to have expected that the Lord of Tantai and young Chen had communicated with each other, and he also said this to young Chen straightforwardly. In his previous life, young Chen never expected that he would one day be able to communicate with the Blue Cloud Sect's Sect Master or the Green Jade Immortal Island's Island Master alone. This was the treatment that only the big figures of those big sects had. In this life, this has happened several times, and young Chen is somewhat accustomed to it. The same short words, the same judgment tone, came out of young Chen's mouth again. Young Chen didn't say a word more, and he didn't use a little more affirmative tone. It must be said that people who can be in a high position often have the same thinking, and the starting point is the same. Soon Sect Master Lu realized the opportunity, and also understood the intention of the Lord of Tantai to let Shashanshan come to visit and bring her greetings. Young Chen would definitely not intervene in the specific arrangements. Anyway, there was an excuse of the heart demon oath. There was no need to say a lot of reasons to convince the two sect, as long as he said his own judgment. This saved young Chen a lot of trouble. He still had a headache about it, but now it was solved. The goal was achieved, and young Chen was also relaxed. He was enjoying the tea and wine with Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue, and it was a mess. Recently, the Blue Cloud Sect seemed to have an auction, and young Chen also planned to stay and take a look. Although the secret message left on the secret key of the Taishanman's secret plane was very tempting, it was obvious that this was not the best time for young Chen to act. Now there must be a lot of people staring at his whereabouts, looking forward to him going out to find a certain legendary treasure, and then the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although young Chen has already made an oath with his heart demon, there would definitely be people who did not believe it. This was human nature. The great vow of the heart's demons would only be fulfilled during the tribulation transcendence. Many people did not even think that they would one day face the tribulation transcendence. Therefore, even if it was the great vow of the heart's demons, some people did not take it to heart. Perhaps they thought that Yang Chen and their ideas were the same, so after Yang Chen left the Green Jade Immortal Island, there were many people following. Yang Chen's shuttle did not fly much, at least dozens of people were carefully following behind, wanting to take advantage of it. If it weren't for seeing Yang Chen and the Cold Plum Fairy Shashanshan together, maybe someone would really make a move. Since Yang Chen was proficient in ancient texts and was well read, it was said that he had found several secret planes recorded in the records, so maybe there was a similar place. As long as they caught Yang Chen, they would not have to worry about not getting this information from his mouth. Fortunately, Yang Chen's goal was the Blue Cloud sect, and no one dared to make a move. If they made a move on Yang Chen and Shashanshan in the Blue Cloud sect, it was not a treasure hunt, but a direct challenge to the two sect. Yang Chen had long discovered this, so he was very careful to arrange his plan. This trend was actually easy to stop. As long as the secret plane of the Taishanmen was opened, naturally many people would no longer pay attention to Yang Chen. However, if everyone really wanted to let go, it would take another means. The thunderous means let everyone know that Yang Chen was not a soft persimmon, nor was he good to provoke. If they wanted to make a move on Yang Chen, they had to consider whether they could afford to pay that price. Chapter 751. Blue Cloud Sect and Green Jade Immortal Island. After all, according to Yang Chen's thoughts, each sent 3 masters of the Darching stage to join hands to rush to the secret plane. Before departure, the 2 sect masters also quickly contacted each other and explained the sect's ardent hopes and the intention of cooperation between the 2 sides to their respective masters. The temptation of the huge resources in the secret plane and the possible inheritance breakthrough opportunities, the 6 masters were looking forward to it. They originally thought that this kind of good thing would not have their chance. After all, they and their respective sect masters did not deal with each other, but they did not expect that the sky would fall a meat pie. The others are busy and can't spare manpower, it's been hard on you. Sect Master Lu said this. They didn't know how the Lord Tantai expressed it. It was estimated that it was similar to the meaning. The 2 sect masters repeatedly stressed that the secret plane was dangerous and they must unite to deal with it. No one would doubt that there was any problem in it. The 6 masters themselves would never believe that the sect would give up a master of the Darching stage like them. One by one, they seemed to be complacent, and even expressed their loyalty, then they set off together. Yang Chen doesn't care about the development of these situations. He is now trapped in another gentle place, almost unable to extricate himself. It seems that before Yang Chen went to see Sect Master Lu, the 2 women, Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue, still had some faint confrontation. One let him taste tea, the other let him drink wine. Although the cold and unparalleled Fairy Shi and the young and charming Fairy Sun did not show the posture of a worldly concubine competing for favor, there was also a little sign. After returning to Sun Qingxue's residence from Sect Master Lu, Yang Chen was a little surprised. The 2 women seemed to have suddenly restored the kind of intimate relationship they had a long time ago, sister and sister, as if there was no estrangement. For Yang Chen, the 2 women still maintained their respective attitudes, but it was obvious that there was a cooperative atmosphere. Yang Chen didn't know what happened during this time. The only thing he suspected was Elder Hua wanting. She must have said something to the 2 women during his talks with Sect Master Lu, which led to this. This feeling made Yang Chen infatuated. Yang Chen certainly didn't want the 2 women to have any estrangement because of him. That was good for now. After the auction, Yang Chen simply took the 2 women out to the sea to travel, while collecting some marine elixirs, and at the same time gaining experience. After a short period of 3 months, news finally came from the secret plane. It was just as Yang Chen had expected. Taishanmen sent 2 masters of the Darching stage with about 10 Yuanying stage ancestors to rush to the secret plane first. In order to monopolize the resources of the secret land, they wanted to forcibly open the secret land before the other big sect reacted. The method of opening the secret plane provided by Yang Chen was not wrong. In the same way, there was no mistake in the great danger inside, even if it required a great opportunity to get it, there was no mistake. The mistake was that the description of these dangers was too simple. A great danger really couldn't make everyone be cautious. The secret plane was opened, but the moment it was opened, it triggered a protective formation, which directly turned a master of the darching stage into ashes, and the other was seriously injured and unconscious. Whether he could be saved or not was another thing. Of the 10 Yuanying stage ancestors, at least 6 disappeared on the spot, and the remaining 4 were all injured. Fortunately, Taishanmen also had a group of Jedan stage masters on the scene. When the secret plane was opened, in order to prevent people from disturbing them, these Jedan stage masters were scattered around and were not affected. It was precisely because of this that these people could save several injured people in a critical moment. The loss of a master of the darching stage plus 6 Yuanying stage ancestors made Taishanmen want to cry but have no tears. But since they have paid such a big price, the resources of this secret plane must definitely be grabbed. Under the pressure, Taishanmen once again gritted their teeth and sent 3 masters of the darching stage, hurrying to the secret plane. But at this time, it was already too late. The 5 Elements sect, Chenkuan sect, including the people of Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island also began to arrive. However, after all, the news was somewhat unequal. The 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect only sent a master of the darching stage. On the contrary, the alliance of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island was the strongest. 6 masters of the darching stage plus a bunch of Yuanying stage masters almost directly led the exploration of the secret plane. It would take a few months for them to go back and forth, and it was too late to transfer people from the sect. Under the strong leadership of the 6 masters of the darching stage, Taishanmen, the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect also had to lower their proud heads and agree to jointly explore the secret plane and share the benefits. In fact, whether it was the 5 Elements sect or the Chenkuan sect, everyone knew that the news of this secret plane was leaked from the Taishanmen, but they did not expect it to be so dangerous. They were already very satisfied to be able to get a piece of the pie. Only the Taishanmen were really hateful. The things that were in their mouths were actually taken advantage of by others. This breath was really unbearable. However, the situation was stronger than people, and the Taishanmen had just lost a master and a half of the darching stage. Even if they wanted to fight, they were powerless. Especially looking at the appearance of several other masters of the sect, it seemed that as long as they did not agree, they would swarm up and destroy them. In this situation, there was no other way but to bow their heads. Between the big sect, everyone's competition was also very fierce, especially at this time. Everyone understood that the other party would definitely seize every opportunity to eliminate possible opponents. Even if a simple agreement was reached, they were still careful everywhere. 11 masters of the darching stage teamed up to open the secret plane again. This time, there was a lesson from the past. Under everyone's careful precautions, the protective array at the entrance of the secret plane did not bring any casualties. After entering the secret plane, a group of masters found that the secret plane was very large and the resources were indeed rich, so they split up and each divided the direction to collect. Then, the tragedy appeared again. No matter which direction, there was a powerful protective array. The 2 masters of the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect were directly eliminated by the array. Taishanmen's Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were not much better. Taishanmen once again lost a darching stage master, while the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island lost 3. The remaining 3 were all injured and desperately escaped from the secret plane. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island were already prepared, and the follow-up reinforcements appeared only 10 days later. There were also 6 masters of the darching stage. This time, they directly took over the secret plane. According to the number of masters left, the resources of the secret plane were divided into 11 parts. Taishanmen had 2, Blue Cloud sect had 5, and the Green Jade Immortal Island had 4. The various masters joined forces to collect in one direction, and finally all the resources were divided up. Just this trip made the sect master of Taishanmen almost vomit blood. They lost 2.5 masters of the darching stage, but they only got less than 1/5 of the resources. Taishanmen had never suffered such a big loss. Chapter 752. When the third batch of reinforcements of the Taishanmen rushed over, it was only too late to pick up the two injured Darching Stage elders. The people of the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island had already rushed back to their respective sect with a large number of harvests. This time, the Taishanmen could be said to have suffered a double loss. Two masters of the Darching Stage directly fell, and one was still in a coma. Even if he could wake up, his realm would plummet. It could be said that 3 masters of the Darching Stage were lost in this way. The remaining 2 masters were also seriously injured. Without 100 or 200 years of recovery, it was impossible to return to their peak state. Going back and forth, it was directly equivalent to that within 100 or 200 years, the Taishanmen suddenly lost 5 masters of the Darching Stage. The entire Taishanmen, the number of masters of the Darching Stage was only 6 or 7. This was equivalent to directly removing more than half of the highest power of the Taishanmen. But in exchange, they only received a trivial 1/5 of the resources of the secret plane. The sect master and the elders almost cried out. The Taishanmen, the number 1 sect of the Tao sects, under their control, did not advance but retreated. Not only the younger generation of disciples were hit hard, but now even the top forces were also damaged. One day, they would ascend. How could they face the ancestors of the Taishanmen? However, this kind of thing, the Taishanmen could not find the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Yes, the news of the secret plane was obtained by the Taishanmen, but if they did not block the good news and leaked it out, then it was no wonder that everyone would rush up. If it could be confirmed that this was the secret plane left by the predecessors of the Taishanmen could of course ask all the sect not to act rashly, but unfortunately, almost everyone who got the news could prove that this secret plane had nothing to do with the Taishanmen. The ancient sect had nothing to do with the Taishanmen. If they had to say something, it was that the Taishanmen got the key to the secret plane and interpreted it, that's all. However, since it was an ownerless item, it belonged to whoever obtained it. It was not that the other sect did not give the Taishanmen a chance. In fact, in the beginning, if the Taishanmen could concentrate on breaking the secret zone, they might only bear a small loss and get all the resources. In fact, in Yang Chen's memories from his previous life, the Taishanmen did exactly that. They probably lost 1 or 2 experts, but the rewards were amazing. Otherwise, the Taishanmen would not have been able to advance so quickly. However, everyone had neglected the great danger within the warning, which resulted in such a bitter outcome. It was not only the Taishanmen who were unlucky. Strictly speaking, the most unlucky ones were the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect. They each lost a master of the Darching Stage, but they got nothing. Even the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island also lost 2 Darching Stage masters on one side and one on the other side, and the 6 who went in the early stage were all seriously injured. Basically like the Taishanmen, they suffered heavy losses. Within 100 or 200 years, whether the 3 seriously injured masters of the Darching Stage could recover was still another matter. However, the 2 major sect were lucky. The sect attached more importance to the danger in the news. At the beginning, they dispatched enough masters, so they got most of the resources in the secret plane, which could barely be regarded as a slight supplement. The key was still at the last moment, or from the beginning, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island joined forces to solve the problem. The combined strength occupied the absolute dominant position, which was why there was such a harvest. Except for the 2 major sect themselves, no one knew what resources they had obtained, but every sect went back with a gloomy look. It seemed that almost all of them had suffered heavy losses. Even if the Taishanmen wanted to pursue it, who should they look for? They couldn't come to the door and clamor that others robbed the things that belonged to the Taishanmen, right? That thing was not the Taishanmen's. It was an ownerless thing, anyone could take it. It seemed unreasonable to say that others did not help their fellow Taoists at the critical moment. They also lost several masters of the Darching Stage, which was also a real high-end power. It was not a show. This accusation was absolutely unreasonable. As a last resort, the Taishanmen also had to unite with the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect to talk with the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island about the redistribution of the resources of the secret plane. In this regard, the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect were standing on the side of the Taishanmen. After all, they died but did not get any gains. But soon the alliance became loose and then broke. The Taishanmen had always been aloof, and there were also many secret competitions between the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect. The incident in the Desolate Valley had fully explained the attitude of the Taishanmen. In addition, the Taishanmen's Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect both requested to redistribute the gains, but the distribution plan could not be recognized by everyone. Equal distribution? The Five sect would each get a fifth of the resources. The Taishanmen now got almost one-fifth of the resources. It was the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect that benefited. How could the Taishanmen agree? Yes, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island would grow stronger, but after getting one-fifth of the resources, the Taishanmen also knew what this pile of resources meant for the sect. If the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island could develop to the point where they could compete with the Taishanmen by getting these resources, then the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect could definitely do the same. The Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect only lost a master of the Darching stage each. Wasn't this the Taishanmen themselves bringing two more competitors? Therefore, the equal distribution naturally could not satisfy everyone. The Taishanmen would not propose it, the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect would not agree at all. Only the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect proposed it, but they were rejected by the three sects. Most of them disagreed and naturally could not accept it. Distribution according to the strength dispatched. Before and after, the Taishanmen used 5 masters of the Darching stage, while the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect each had 6. Counting the 2 from the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect, if it was evenly distributed, the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect could get 1/20th, and the Taishanmen could get more, 1/4. Speaking of which, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island occupied the majority. Distribution according to the number of masters lost. The Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect each lost a master of the Darching stage, the Taishanmen lost 2, the Green Jade Immortal Island lost 2, and the Blue Cloud sect lost 1. It seemed that this plan was good, but the Taishanmen and the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island did not agree. The loss was not only the dead, but also the seriously injured. The Taishanmen even had 6 Yuanying stage masters. How should this be counted? In short, everyone's strength was about the same, and no one wanted to give up. This redistribution naturally ended in failure. In fact, everyone knew that how could it be possible to spit out what was in the mouth? Even if the Taishanmen always wanted to redistribute, they were not willing to take out everything. Chapter 753. Everyone had their own ulterior motives, and this discussion was naturally unsettled. Whether it was the Taishanmen or the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, they were constantly complaining. They lost their own people, but they did not get anything. At that time, when they divided the booty in the secret plane, they did not divide the booty by seeing the things, but chose several directions. At that time, there were almost a dozen portals in the secret plane. Everyone was divided according to the number of portals. As for what was inside, except for the people who entered, no one else knew. In this way, there was an argument. The Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island said that several portals were empty, only 1 or 2 portals had things, and most of the things were on the Taishanmen side. The Taishanmen on the other side said that they did not get anything, and the good things were in the portals controlled by the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island. Anyway, they didn't know what they got. Everyone quarreled, even if in the end, no matter what method was used to divide it, it was estimated that they could take out 1% of the things. Soon, several major sects stopped this meaningless quarrel and dispersed. As a result, among the 5 major sects, except for the relationship between the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, which was still so tacit, the other 3 were somewhat scattered and confrontational. In fact, it has always been like this before, and now it was just an additional reason. On the surface, it was the Five Elements sect and the Qianquan sect who were unlucky, and the Taishanmen, Blue Cloud sect, and the Green Jade Immortal Island were lucky. Although they lost their masters, they were also compensated. But the one who was really happy was Yang Chen, who directed all this, and the head of the palace and the elders of the Chunyang Palace who were watching the excitement in the dark. The past few months could be described as turbulent and turbulent. Last time, Chunyang Palace invited 9 masters of the Darching stage to deal with the 100,000 mountains, which was already a big scene. This time, there were 19 masters of the Darching stage who were dispatched before and after. 7 were killed and 6 were seriously injured. Only 6 Darching stage masters of the second batch of people from the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island returned. The Yuanying stage masters of the various sects had lost more than a dozen, and there were also more than a dozen in the Jedan stage. The result was tragic. Even in the great calamity of the demonic cultivation, it had never appeared. This was a truly grand scene. The people of Chunyang Palace should be happy. Everything was orchestrated by the disciples of their own sect. The Taishanmen suffered heavy casualties, their gains were limited, and their strength declined again. Their allies seemed to have lost a few experts as well, but they were all people who didn't listen to orders from their sect master. Moreover, they received great compensation in terms of resources, and their strength increased. In this way, there was no reason for Chunyang Palace to be unhappy. Moreover, Yang Chen made it clear from the beginning that his family could not eat it. Instead of benefiting the Taishanmen, it was better to benefit his allies. Now that almost all of his goals had been achieved, was there anything more perfect than this? Yang Chen was very satisfied these days. Under the accompaniment of Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, they toured the mountains and rivers, saying that they were going to collect marine elixirs, but most of the time, Yang Chen and the 2 women were traveling along the coastline near the sea. While looking for some spirit spring tea trees, or looking for some good wine, while casually collecting some marine elixirs that were not very old, and at the same time, they also heard the news about the secret plane from time to time. The days were too leisurely. It must be known that whether it was Yang Chen or the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, the cooperation with the Wine Immortal House was very good, and these news could be sent to them at any time. It was not that no one was tracking them, but the 3 of them didn't care. If the 3 of them were alone, there might be people looking for trouble, but the 3 of them were together, and there was no such thing as taking the risk of offending the 3 major sects at the same time. Although the 2 women still had the same attitude as before, the flattery hidden under that attitude could be felt at any time. Even if Yang Chen didn't really hug them on both sides, but he took the 2 beauties to travel with him, which had already made countless young talents who were not worse than Yang Chen gnash their teeth in hatred. When the news from everywhere confirmed that the secret plane incident was almost completed, it was already half a year later. In the past 6 months, Yang Chen and the 2 women traveled together, traveling around the world, pointing out the rivers and mountains, and they had a very happy time. But now everyone was finally going to separate. The 2 women had to go back to the sect to see. After all, such a big thing happened, and the masters of the Darching stage were lost, it was reasonable for them to go back. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Yang Chen, the 2 women embarked on their way back, and Yang Chen once again became a lonely person. This time, the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island got a lot of things, and it's hard to guarantee that there are medicinal materials for the questioning inner heart pill. Among the Taishanmen, the sect master with a serious face told several elders we can't give them the chance to get the questioning inner heart pill, find Yang Chen and kill her. Do it cleanly. When an elder was about to arrange it, the sect master suddenly gave another order. The elder nodded silently and went out. Although the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island also lost their masters of the Darching stage, they had the questioning inner heart pill in their hands, and maybe they could create more masters of the Darching stage. Under this situation, the dilemma of the Taishanmen could be imagined. This time, the Taishanmen were going to kill Yang Chen at all costs. In addition to this reason, there was one thing that was very uncomfortable in everyone's heart, that was, the secret key was interpreted by Yang Chen. Although the guiding array was activated in the Taishanmen, the result made the Taishanmen somewhat embarrassed. When they closed the mountain, they offended a lot of cultivators who came to the Taishanmen to do business, but in the end, they did not achieve the effect, but it became the current situation. All of this seems to be because of Yang Chen. If Yang Chen didn't know those ancient characters, wouldn't there be no such thing? At this time, as long as it was related to this matter, almost all of them would be angry. And Yang Chen, who was the thorn in the eyes of the Taishanmen, was regarded as the first target to vent their anger. Yang Chen was controlling the flight of the shuttle, and he was planning to return to the Chunyang Palace. Suddenly, the group of spiritual awareness marks in the sea of consciousness, which was surrounded by the spiritual awareness threads, shook again, reminding Yang Chen that someone had begun to pay attention to his whereabouts again. For a long time, Yang Chen was very curious about what kind of person's spiritual awareness was it. It could ignore the spiritual awareness threads that were cultivated by his three purities secret art. So he has been keeping this spiritual awareness mark. He wanted to find its owner and see what kind of ability he had. Unexpectedly, he had such a strange spiritual awareness cultivation base. But the continuous exploration of his own whereabouts made Yang Chen a little angry. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think he is a sick cat? If someone wanted to come to the door, Yang Chen was not afraid at all. After condensing his Dan with all attributes, he needed to vent. But he couldn't let the other party find him so easily. Yang Chen made up his mind and directly threw the spiritual awareness mark into the bloody river. Chapter 754. At the same time as Yang Chen was angry, among the Taishanmen, a seemingly very young Jedan stage disciple was sitting on a futon, suddenly screamed, and then the whole person fainted without warning. The surrounding group of people immediately panicked and hurriedly helped the young man to the luxurious jade couch. Then, a few of them began to examine him with spirit power and divine sense almost simultaneously, while a few others tried to wake up the fainted young man. Among the few people around, there was even a Yuanying stage ancestor. Under normal circumstances, if it was just a simple coma, as long as spiritual power was stimulated, and at most some medicinal pills were added, people could be easily awakened. However, what was surprising was that the young man who fell into a coma, no matter what these people did, they could not wake him up. The group of people were busy for a long time, and they all showed expressions of looking at each other. Some even had sweat on their faces. As for the few guys who should have been slaves, all of them had expressions of horror on their faces. In the end, the Yuanying stage ancestor made a decision for everyone. After frowning and thinking for a while, he ordered a servant go and report to the sect master, say that the young sect master suddenly fainted and can't be saved. If Yang Chen was there, he would be able to recognize this young man who was not small. He was the young sect master of the Taishanmen who used to oppress people, but was finally killed by Yang Lan secretly and framed Yang Chen. The young sect master, Li Leheng, was not a genius in cultivation, but he had a special physique, so that he could cultivate a unique cultivation method of spiritual awareness among the Taishanmen. This cultivation method could make the spiritual awareness grow at a speed that exceeded the spiritual power cultivation, and the spiritual awareness cultivated was very strange, and the direction was very obvious. The people who were marked by Li Leheng's spiritual awareness were almost undetectable. Through a unique formation, it was easy to find the location of the spiritual awareness mark. Li Leheng's spiritual awareness cultivation base had reached the realm of the middle Yuanying stage, and it was somewhat comparable to the sect master. Relying on this unique directional feature, the Greatest Heaven sect has secretly tracked and solved more than a dozen opponents, none of which were discovered. This kind of spiritual consciousness tempering cultivation method was too special. Without a unique and rare physique like Li Leheng, it was almost impossible to cultivate it successfully. According to the experience of the senior who created this cultivation art could elevate one's spiritual sense to the pinnacle of the grand ascension stage at the nascent soul stage, and one's spiritual sense could even enter the spirit realm for an extremely short period of time under certain conditions. If there was someone in the spiritual realm to receive them, they could even use this short opportunity to enter the spiritual realm to communicate with the experts there. Even if it was only for an instant, the mental communication was enough to bring important information. This was even more convenient than sending a consciousness clone from the immortal world to the mortal world. A long time ago, the Taishanmen were able to rise to power. This was a very important and crucial factor. With the support of the upper realm, it would be much easier than struggling in the mortal world. This was also one of the reasons why Li Leheng was made the young sect master at such a young age. With this unique cultivation method, when Li Leheng grew to the middle Yuanying stage or even higher, it would definitely bring more earth-shaking changes to the Taishanmen. However, the conditions for the cultivation of this cultivation method were so harsh that apart from the ancient ancestor, it was not until now that he had found a suitable disciple to cultivate. In this case, Li Liheng's position in the Taishanmen was simply like a rock, and no one could shake it. All the resources were tilted to Li Liheng. In Taishanmen, Li Liheng could be said to have the wind and rain. It was because of Li Liheng's importance that Li Liheng was killed by Yang Lan in the previous life and blamed on Yang Chen, which led to the destruction of the Chunyang Palace by the Taishanmen in a rage. Of course, at that time, Gaoyu's qualifications and stunning beauty did cause the sect master to covet her. As for the 10,000 years vermilion fruit, it was entirely Yang Lan's work. In order to rely on Li Liheng, he did not hesitate to give his sister Yang Lan to Li Liheng to let Li Liheng play with her, and came up with a lot of crooked ideas. The 10,000 years vermilion fruit was what Yang Lan wanted, but he told Li Liheng that it was a kind of 9 heavens lotus fruit that could increase the cultivation of spiritual awareness. After the matter was exposed, he had to kill Li Liheng and then blame Yang Chen. Of course, Yang Chen would not know the inside story of this. The special cultivation method that Li Liheng cultivated was only known to the sect master and the 2 law protector elders. Others did not know the existence of this cultivation method at all. So much so that in order to protect Li Liheng, rumors that Li Liheng was the illegitimate son of the sect master were released. However, at this moment, Li Liheng, the young sect master who was very important to the Taishanmen, fainted and could not wake up. The sect master who received the news was shocked. An elder of the Dacheng stage also saw Li Liheng's situation, but he had no way to wake him up. Several elders who came with the sect master after hearing the news, all looked at it once, but there was nothing they could do. How could this be? How could this be? The sect master murmured, and the anxiety in his expression was not concealed. A few people who did not know the truth saw it in their eyes, and their hearts were even more convinced of the rumors that the sect master was an illegitimate son. Otherwise, how could the sect master be so anxious? Of course, none of them dared to say anything, but all of them were thinking about how to flatter the young sect master in the future. How did you serve the young sect master? After a series of inspections, there was no result, and the sect master was furious. Nothing went well these days. The troubles of the secret plane were not over yet, and Li Liheng fainted inexplicably. Could it be that God wanted the Taishanmen to experience hardships? Several guys who served the young sect master were all scared to kneel on the ground, and their bodies were shaking like a sieve. Everyone knew that everything in the Taishanmen was not going well recently, and the sect master was upset. Now that they served the young sect master like this, even if they did not die, they would have to peel off a layer of skin. Sect master, the young sect master fainted very strangely, not necessarily related to them. The Yuanying stage ancestor, who first reported to the sect master, spoke up for the slaves at this time. He was also one of the people present at the time, plus the identity of the Yuanying stage ancestor. His words also had a certain weight. I am afraid there are other reasons. No one would think that at this moment, the spiritual awareness imprint left by the young sect master on Yang Chen's body was being immersed in the blood river by Yang Chen. If Yang Chen did not take it out for a moment, the young sect master would not wake up for a moment. Feeling that this guy had suffered enough, Yang Chen finally pulled out the spiritual awareness mark, still wrapped in the spiritual awareness silk, and threw it aside. At this time, he did not want people to die, and he also looked forward to using this thing to catch a few more big fish. Chapter 755. More than a dozen figures, men and women, looked like a group of rogue cultivators, followed by an old man with a compass at the front, flying on their swords. Among these people, the worst one was also at the peak of the Jedan stage. 7 or 8 masters at the peak of the Jedan stage, plus 7 or 8 masters at the early and middle stages of the Yuanying stage, each holding a golden ball in his left hand, and his right hand was a variety of magic weapons. He is flying in this direction. As soon as we meet him, trap him with a twisted golden net, and kill him immediately. The old man in front looked at the compass and seemed to be estimating the change in the distance from Yang Chen, and ordered. Everyone spread out. The guy's flying magic weapon is very fast. I am afraid 1 or 2 twisted golden nets can't trap him. The old man attached great importance to this action and kept saying on the sea, he may have a unique trump card, so this time on the ground. Once any twisted golden net works, immediately trap him with a formation and kill him. Show no mercy. The men and women behind him seemed to be used to his nagging. No one said anything, not even a sound of agreement. They just spread out tacitly, basically covering all directions. Quick, hide. After a while, the old man looked at the compass and suddenly ordered. A group of men and women flashed with a ray of light, and then the figures disappeared in the air one by one, as if they had never appeared. The robes on each of them were specially refined and could activate a stealth formation to hide the owner. Yang Chen's shuttle soon appeared on the horizon, drawing a thin line in the air with almost no trace, and came close. Then, under the puzzled gaze of a group of people in the dark, it suddenly stopped. The shuttle flashed, and Yang Chen's figure appeared in the air, holding the blood phantom vine flying sword in his hand, looking coldly in front of him. Do it. Yang Chen's behavior obviously showed that he had found something. The old man did not go to investigate where he had exposed himself, and decisively ordered to start. Peng peng peng, a series of sounds sounded, and in several directions of Yang Chen, a large golden net burst. With unparalleled speed, the huge net quickly wrapped around Yang Chen's body. Yang Chen only glanced at them. Facing the dozen or so golden nets, his body did not move at all, allowing the nets to wrap around him tightly from all directions. They did not expect such a result at all. After the group of male and female masters threw the golden ball of the twisted gold net, they all thought that Yang Chen would dodge, and each of them made a response to dodge. However, after the group of people was done, they were shocked to find that Yang Chen did not move at all. This made their previous response very comical. But no matter what, the people who did it were still secretly delighted. No one knew the power of these twisted gold nets better than them. As long as one was entangled by the twisted gold nets, even a high-speed flying sword without the sharpness of a magic weapon would not be able to get rid of it. It would only become tighter and tighter, and eventually, one would lose the ability to move. One or two might have to worry about some magic weapons, but if more than a dozen of them were entangled, even if it was a master of the darching stage, they would have to be obediently tied up. The twisted gold net was not only a strong big net, the barbs on it and the poison on the barbs were enough to send the masters of the darching stage to the underworld. The blow was effective, and everyone was secretly happy. Although they didn't know why Yang Chen would suddenly put away the shuttle at this time, they didn't care what reason Yang Chen had. What they wanted was to kill Yang Chen cleanly, as long as they did so. Even if more than a dozen twisted gold nets were enough to kill Yang Chen, none of these people hesitated. All the magic weapons in their hands flew out and smashed towards Yang Chen's head. As long as the person died, it would be a waste. However, when everyone was smashing their magic weapons and they were also flying up, they suddenly heard the voice of Yang Chen. I am very unhappy now, but thank you for coming to my door to let me vent my anger. Yang Chen's voice was full of killing intent, followed by a sentence: every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. After the words, Yang Chen had not finished completely, a series of magic weapons had been smashed down. On the surface of Yang Chen's body, the golden light flashed slightly. Everyone didn't seem to see the difference between this golden light and the golden light of the twisted gold net, but they heard a dull bell sound. Buzz, the long and low bell sound, with a power to penetrate the soul, penetrated into everyone's sea of consciousness. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of the golden bell ringing in their ears, and then a few guys with weak spiritual awareness directly fainted and fell from the air. Originally, Yang Chen thought that everyone would be stunned by the golden bell, but the old man miraculously remained awake. But even so, there was a glint of horror in his eyes. Then, it became a kind of cutting off the means of retreat. The whole body turned into a streamer, the tip of the streamer flashed a hint of silver, flying toward Yang Chen's heart. Hey, a slight sound like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. Yang Chen's arm was lifted easily, originally wrapped in Yang Chen's body. Everyone thought that the dozens of twisted gold nets, under the blade of Xiao Tian's blood demon vine flying sword, were as fragile as a few pieces of paper, easily broken. Yang Chen's right hand raised the blood demon vine flying sword high, and slammed down at the old man's figure. Ding, a sound of metal collision. The streamer first hit Yang Chen's chest, but only brought such a crisp sound, there was no other effect. Yang Chen's flying sword directly divided the old man's figure into two pieces. Before the two pieces of the corpse fell to the ground, it had become a dry appearance. The dozen or so guys who fainted, Yang Chen, as before, sealed their 5 senses and threw them into the dome hall. These people were definitely the periphery of the Taishanmen. Through them, Yang Chen could find more hidden people of the Taishanmen. After cleaning up these killers, Yang Chen threw the seized things into the mouth of Xiao Tian and let it clean up the spiritual awareness imprints that may be left. Only one was killed, which made Yang Chen very unsatisfied. He knew that he would not use the golden bell to stun them. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he was. He couldn't help but throw the spiritual awareness imprint of the blood river in his sea of consciousness into the blood river again. The young sect master Li Liheng, who had just woken up, had just sent away the sect master and several elders. He was taking a rest under the service of the servants. He was about to get up and do something. Suddenly, the feeling of horror came again. Li Liheng only had time to scream and once again softly collapsed on the ground. Chapter 756. The Taishanmen didn't know what kind of bad luck they had. Because of the secret plane, there were heavy casualties here, and they didn't know how to settle them for a while. The young sect master over there was in a coma for a few days, which almost made the high-level people worried. The young sect master Li Liheng, of course, knew his importance. He was in a coma for no reason, and he couldn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. If there was a problem, for the Taishanmen, it was simply one less future pillar. Even those who didn't know were guessing that the illegitimate son of the sect master was in trouble. Some flattered, some secretly snickered, and so on. Anyway, their minds were not used on the business. Li Liheng's coma was indeed a head-scratcher, and there was no reason at all. As for Li Liheng himself, how could he think that a spiritual awareness mark he had thrown out would make him suffer such consequences? It's not that Li Liheng couldn't think of it, it's just that his cultivation method was special. So far, he has thrown out no less than thousands of spiritual awareness marks. Each mark could be tracked by a unique compass, and it was not easy to be discovered by the person who planted the spiritual awareness mark. This was originally the secret weapon of the Taishanmen. Who could have thought that someone would be like Yang Chen, not only find his spiritual awareness mark, but also use this spiritual awareness mark to deal with him? Even if everyone asked Li Liheng how he felt, Li Liheng could only briefly describe the horror of that moment. It was as if he was in a sea of blood, and then he would faint immediately. Even if he woke up, Li Liheng would involuntarily tremble with fear. The fear at the moment before he fainted made him almost have an instinctive fear. It seemed that as long as others mentioned it, he would tremble involuntarily. A young sect master with a great future suddenly became like this. Several elders who knew about it hated that they could not replace Li Liheng to bear such pain. No one could figure out the reason, and it could only be attributed to the carelessness of his cultivation that led to a heart demon. After all, only 2 people have cultivated this cultivation method before and after. The first master ancestor who created this cultivation method and successfully cultivated it may also have unexpected places that led to deviations in the cultivation of the younger generation. This was the only possible explanation. It was simply impossible for them to believe that a spiritual awareness mark left by a person a few years ago could become a tool to deal with them. Therefore, Li Liheng must have encountered an inner demon during the process of cultivation. Otherwise, why would he feel fear? However, even if the sect master was worried about Li Liheng, he had to just look at him, and after telling him to be careful, he rushed to deal with the matters of the secret plane. There was no other way, the matter in the secret plane was too big. The Taishanmen alone had 2 masters of the Darching stage dead and 3 were disabled. No one thought that the great danger warned by the secret key turned out to be so dangerous. He thought that the 2 masters of the Darching stage were already in their hands, but there was still such a big mistake, and the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island took advantage of it. At the thought of this, the Taishanmen's hatred for Yang Chen increased by another level. Others didn't know, but the sect master and a group of high-level officials were very clear. After Yang Chen interpreted the secret key, he visited the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect respectively. Although they didn't know what he said, the almost identical performance of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect seemed to have explained many problems. With the oath of the Heart Demon, The Taishanmen high-level officials believed that Yang Chen would not disclose the information about the secret key. Moreover, this information was triggered by the formation in Taishanmen. Yang Chen did not know and could not know at all. But in any case, they lost so much, but the two major sects took advantage of it. This account still had to be calculated after all. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect had to take a long view, but Yang Chen must be removed. Otherwise, if he was allowed to develop, a young fourth-grade alchemist master was definitely a nightmare for the hostile sect. A group of professional killers has been sent to deal with Yang Chen. The rest of the sect masters did not want to care too much about it. For the time being, they had to worry about the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. After they got the secret plane resources, what kind of threat would they pose to the Taishanmen? It must be said that the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were still very on the road when dealing with certain things. Although at the scene of the secret plane, it was very tough to refute the requirements of the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect, but after moving things back to the sect, they immediately sent people to contact the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect. The things obtained in the secret plane, after careful selection, the two major sects each took out 5% of them and sent them to the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect. After all, the other party also lost a master of the Darching stage. Nothing was really too unreasonable. At the level of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, it was not some small resources that could make them completely put down their morality. After this half of the resources were sent, the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect were also unexpected surprises. For the two major sects, they were originally connected, and now they were naturally more closely related. The loss of the two masters of the Darching stage was not made by the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. They could only blame the Taishanmen for the formation left in the secret plane that was leaked. With this batch of compensatory resources, the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect had nothing to say. The Green Jade Immortal Island and the Chenkuan sect each got more than 2/5 of the resources, and half of it was only 1/20 of the things. Relative to what they got, it was already a small head. They generously took it out and appeased the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect, so there was not much loss. Not only that, but they also got more friendship from the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect. At least in some things, there were more joint support from the two major sects. The Taishanmen had always been overbearing and they were the leaders. The four major sects had vaguely formed a circle of confrontation. On the contrary, the Taishanmen also got something, but only 1/5 of it, and they also suffered heavy casualties. If they also learned from the two major sects and took out half of the things, the Taishanmen themselves would not be left with much. At this point, it was impossible for them to share the things that their masters had exchanged with others. Even if they have seen the hidden purpose of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect sharing the gains, there was no way to crack it. If they took these resources to win over the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect, they didn't have to wait for the enemy to deal with the Taishanmen. Those Darching stage elders who came back alive after the fight would never allow this kind of thing to happen. Maybe the sect master would soon be deposed by the great elders in the Greatest Heaven sect. The sect master and the elders could only watch things develop in a direction that was not conducive to the Taishanmen. There was no way. Chapter 757. In order to win over the Five Elements sect and Chenkuan sect, they had to come up with practical benefits. But after taking it out, not only would the sect be chaotic, but if they took less, not only would it not play the role of winning them over, but it would also be looked down upon. After weighing it in this way, they could only watch the four major sects form a small circle. Originally, they were all a little dissatisfied with the Taishanmen, and now they had a few more allies to advance and retreat with. Yang Chen did not expect the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect to have such a big hand. Half of the income sounded not much, but it required the lives of several Darching stage masters to seize things. How could it be so simple? Don't look at the attitude of the Five Elements sect and Chenkuan sect after they got their hands on them. They were almost comparable to the Taishanmen sect. This was also good. The greater the strength of the allies, the greater the chance to deal with the enemy. Now it seemed that the Taishanmen had become the target of public criticism. Now they had to expand wildly, Otherwise they would be united by the four major sect and be squeezed out of the position of the leader of the Tao sects. The more hasty the expansion of strength, the more there would be a situation of good and bad, and naturally there would be some uncontrollable situations, which was what Yang Chen and many people wanted to see. After tossing Li Liheng more than a dozen times in a row, Yang Chen finally arrived within the scope of Maiqing Mountain. However, he did not go back to the mountain directly, but found a secluded place, pulled out one of the captives and threw him on the ground. Closing the five senses, there was no feeling, but there was still consciousness. This was an extremely cruel punishment. No one could support it for too long. The last few guys in the foundation stage had already collapsed in just a few days, and they said whatever they asked. The cultivator's mind was firm, and now this group of assassins was at least in the peak Jedan stage. Compared to the previous group of people, Yang Chen certainly had to spend more time. The guy who was thrown out was a man at the peak Jedan stage. Because his five senses were closed, he was thrown to the ground without any reaction. It was not until Yang Chen removed the restriction that he discovered his situation. After all, he was an expert at the peak of the Jedan realm. To be able to cultivate to this point, it was unknown how many times he had been in seclusion alone for how many years. Although there had been some fatigue, he still did not lose his will. Since I've received benefits from others, I'll be loyal to them. If you want to kill me, do as you please. It seemed that the other party was also a very straightforward killer. In the face of such a situation, he did not panic at all. He just coldly said one sentence, then closed his eyes and did not say anything else. Seeing this situation, Yang Chen did not say anything more. He directly sealed the killer again and threw him back into the dome hall. It could be seen that these were professional assassins who had gone through strict training. Their willpower was incomparably firm. A mere dozen or so days was not enough to make them mentally collapse. From the looks of it, even if it took a little longer, it would not have much of an effect. Some people were born with the ability to endure loneliness. Yang Chen even knew of some extreme people who could hide in an extremely small area for decades without eating or moving. It didn't seem to be easy to get information from these assassins. Yang Chen simply put down his hope. Since the guy said that he had received benefits from others and was loyal to them, maybe he was really a killer who took the bounty. Anyway, the real murderers behind the scenes were nothing more than Taishanmen. Yang Chen did not need to have any real evidence now. Moreover, even if there was real evidence, so what? It was impossible for Chunyang Palace to take this evidence to find the Taishanmen to reason, and Yang Chen would not expect to be able to reason with the Taishanmen. There was no other possibility between the two sides except to fight to the death. It was just that they had not put it on the table yet. Returning to Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen, of course, went to visit his master first. This matter was unshakable. It had not changed since Yang Chen was apprenticed to his master, unless his master was not in the sect. Every time Yang Chen went out, Gao Yu was a little worried. She was happy to see Yang Chen return safe and sound. She asked Yang Chen about his trip. After hearing the performance of Shashanshan and Sun Qingxue, it seemed that her face was a little strange. It was just that Yang Chen was immersed in the happiness of seeing his master and did not pay too much attention. After visiting his master, he naturally had to see the head of the palace. The consequences of Yang Chen's trip simply made the high-level officials of Chunyang Palace laugh from ear to ear. Was there anything more delightful than watching one's opponent suffer over and over again? It was originally a secret of the Taishanmen, but suddenly it became known to the world. Then they finally had the opportunity to rush to the secret plane, but they suffered losses. Finally, they had to be forced to cooperate with several major sects to develop the secret plane, but they only got less than 1/5 of the benefits. The 5 Darching stage masters of the Taishanmen were abolished. After the elders of Chunyang Palace heard the news, they also took a breath of cold air. This was not counting the total of 13 Darching stage masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Blue Cloud sect, 5 Elements sect and Chenkuan sect. When they decided to give up this secret plane, everyone was still a little distressed. It was just that what Yang Chen said was too shocking. They needed to pay the price of 2 or 3 Darching stage masters, and the time was tight, so they were forced to hand it over. But now it seems that what Yang Chen said at the time was still conservative. How were these 2 or 3 Darching stage masters? It was clearly 13. Yang Chen's calculation was indeed a bit conservative. After the Taishanmen got the secret plane in his previous life, they were not in a hurry to open it, but carefully prepared for a long time, concentrated their strength, and then opened it a little bit. In the end, they only paid the price of 2 or 3 Darching stage masters. This was a fact. But this life was completely different, because there were strong competitors, and the Taishanmen could not prove that this was the Taishanmen's thing, so naturally they could only do it by force. Everyone had the same reason, inadequate preparation, and the loss was far beyond Yang Chen's expectations. When the master of the palace saw Yang Chen, he naturally asked Yang Chen's experience with the elders, which was exactly the same as Gaou. This time, there was indeed not too much thrilling, and the results that should be known had already been known. They just needed to confirm that Yang Chen was fine, and everyone quickly dispersed. Yang Chen did not go directly back to his master, but went straight to the law enforcement hall. Elder Meng Xian had just seen Yang Chen, and when he saw that Yang Chen actually came to the law enforcement hall, he was really surprised. "What's the matter?" Meng Xian asked, very surprised. This disciple encountered more than a dozen killers on the way. Yang Chen replied with a slight smile, "They are determined and not easy to yield. This disciple thinks that it is just suitable for you and the law enforcement hall to practice, so I sent them over." With that said, he waved his hand and more than a dozen figures fell on the ground of the law enforcement hall like dumplings. Chapter 758. From these guys' mouths, Yang Chen could not get any news, but it was a bit of a fuss to deal with a few assassins. Since these people have been caught, it was better to let the disciples of Chunyang Palace take advantage of it. Among the assassins, there were several Yuanying stage masters, and the rest were peak Jedan stage masters. Let the law enforcement hall practice. He believed that in the history of the law enforcement hall of Chunyang Palace, there were few opportunities to deal with the Yuanying stage masters. Meng Xian took a breath of cold air on the spot. Such a big move was really unbelievable. Yang Chen understated in front of the head of the palace and the elders that he was assassinated, and then he killed one and captured a few. Everyone thought that it was just a master of the Jedan stage. Who could have thought that there were so many Yuanying stage masters among them? Originally, when they heard Yang Chen say that he killed 6 Yuanying stage masters of Taishanmen, everyone had an unreal feeling. Now there were so many Yuanying stage masters in front of them, which was very shocking. With Meng Xian's eyesight, of course, he could see at a glance that these masters were all ruthless people who had been through the test of killing for a long time, otherwise they would not act as assassins. It was just that this time, he didn't know what price the Taishanmen had to pay to let this level of master take action. But this also showed that Yang Chen's situation was getting more and more dangerous. "Master uncle, the things on their bodies, this disciple has already searched." Yang Chen did not seem to be aware of the danger at all, and said with a smile, "As for what can be obtained from their mouths, it depends on the ability of the law enforcement hall. This disciple will not greet you." Meng Xian had been in charge of the law enforcement hall for many years, and naturally had his pride. Yang Chen could catch so many masters. If they couldn't even dig out some news from these people, wouldn't it be a great loss of face? Yang Chen said this, but it was a little provocative, and it made Meng Xian's heroic spirit surge. He smiled at Yang Chen and said loudly, "You go, the rest will be handed over to my law enforcement hall. Try not to hurt their lives. If possible, it is also good to let these guys be the target of core disciple training." Yang Chen finally reminded him, and then left with a smile. It was unknown how these people would be treated in the hands of the law enforcement hall. However, this had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Since he had the intention to kill Yang Chen, he had to be prepared to be killed by Yang Chen. They would be lucky if they didn't die. On the contrary, when Meng Xian heard Yang Chen's words, his heart skipped a beat. He stared at the dozen people on the ground thoughtfully. After a long time, he waved his hand and directly rolled up more than a dozen people, and then went directly to the head of the palace. What Yang Chen said was indeed a good idea. With these sparring partners, the actual combat level of the core disciples would greatly increase, and the strength of the sect would similarly increase. This Yang Chen didn't even spare the captives. It seemed that he already had the attitude of a young palace master. Along the way, Meng Xian had a smile on his face. Having such a disciple was the sect's greatest blessing. Yang Chen's spiritual power was condensed into Dan. At this moment, he was in the balance of yin and yang 5 elements. In the short term, Yang Chen did not think about breaking through. The right thing to do was to stabilize his current cultivation base. During this time, he could also solve the things that Yang Chen had wanted to put into action for a long time. Gaou was now constantly nourishing the dragon horn, scouring it with her own spiritual power and spiritual awareness over and over again. Such years of hard work could make Gaou and the dragon horn more and more compatible, and increase the possibility of refining the dragon horn. However, as a Jedan stage master, during the time when Yang Chen went out, Gaou accepted another female disciple. But it was not any of the senior sisters in Yang Chen's previous memories. Yang Chen was very surprised, but Gaou said with some emotion that she would only accept female disciples in the future, and no male disciples would be accepted. The expression when she spoke made Yang Chen's heart palpitate. Of course, he knew why Gaou would do this. It was to not make Yang Chen feel uncomfortable. Although Gaou knew that Yang Chen would not care about this, she still took the initiative to do so. Yang Chen was very grateful for his master's kindness. There were only Yang Chen and his master at the scene. Yang Chen also couldn't help but hold his master's slender waist and hold Gaou in his arms. You finally planned to take Ling as a concubine? Gaou did not resist, but leaned on Yang Chen's arms with great enjoyment, and asked with a smile. This time Ling came back, she is very happy. Gong Sunling and Gaou were now almost like sisters, and nothing was hidden from Gaou. During the time when Yang Chen went out, Gong Sunling had told Gaou everything that happened to them in the demonic sect. Even the most shameful pretending to be Yang Chen's concubine, and even watching Lady Fenghua's heavenly demons alluring dance were not concealed. Yang Chen said that after coming back, he would ask his master to marry his master and senior sister, which made Gong Sunling even happier, and she did not hide it from Gaou. Therefore, Gaou did not resist Yang Chen's intimate action. The relationship between Gaou, Gong Sunling, and Yang Chen, whether inside or outside the sect, many people understood it. What Yang Chen didn't know was that the reason why Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan would unite was precisely because of Hua Wanting's advice to the two women. Gaou and Gong Sunling had joined forces. If Sun Qingxue and Shishanshan still wanted to fight, it would only benefit the two women, and it would not benefit them. On the contrary, they could unite in front of Yang Chen and faintly fight against Gaou and Gong Sunling. Master, are you willing to marry me? Yang Chen used a very strange title and said this proposal. Enemy. Gaou sighed in a low voice, but her face also flashed a crimson. If I don't want to, how can I let you be so frivolous? Although he already knew that Gaou was unlikely to refuse, he was still a little nervous when he really faced this moment. Listening to Gaou's voice, Yang Chen was overjoyed. The sudden happiness made him not know what to say. Under the ecstasy, Yang Chen's arms tightened, and then noticed Gaou's slightly painful frown. Yang Chen was shocked. He knew how powerful he was after he cultivated the yellow turban strongman body refining technique. He had reached the realm of mountain picking strength, and he had the power of thousands of jinn. Once he hurt his master, it would be beyond redemption. Fortunately, Yang Chen subconsciously tightened his arms. Although Gaou's delicate body was somewhat unbearable, after all, the body still had some elasticity, and it did not cause any irreparable consequences. You can't let Ling down. Just after Yang Chen took a long breath, Gaou suddenly said, Ling also accompanied you through life and death. She is deeply attached to you. If you want to marry, you have to marry her. Chapter 759. Master, I have wronged you. This time, Yang Chen carefully took Gaou into his arms again, put his face on the back of Gaou's head, smelled the fragrance of Gaou's hair, and said apologetically. Gaou leaned her head back and completely leaned into Yang Chen's arms, as if she enjoyed this intimate hug. After a while, she whispered, we don't need to say this between us. Although she and Yang Chen had only been a master and apprentice for 100 years, Gao, you seem to have lived with Yang Chen for a lifetime. Not to mention the fact that Yang Chen desperately rescued her in the 100,000 mountains, just those who spoke rudely to Gao you were cleaned up by Yang Chen one by one, which made Gao you very happy. Between the two, when they first cultivated the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, the feeling of telepathy has made them unreservedly trust each other. Yang Chen has long had the heart of love, but Gao Yu has already asked herself to be Yang Chen's people, nothing else. In this way, maintaining this posture, the two naturally entered the cultivation of the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra. This time, perhaps because after Yang Chen's proposal, the relationship between the two was completely clear, and there was no need to worry about anything as before, the effect of the cultivation was surprisingly effective. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness seemed to have condensed again. At this point, if he wanted to condense his spiritual awareness in the middle darching stage, it was not something that could be solved in 1 or 2 times of cultivation. But for Gao Yu, this time's cultivation was tantamount to a reborn change. Because of the strength of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base, it directly led to a large degree of condensation of Gao Yu's spiritual awareness. The spiritual awareness that had already entered the early Yuanying stage, after this double cultivation with Yang Chen, advanced by leaps and bounds, and rushed straight to the peak of the early Yuanying stage. The stronger Gao Yu's spiritual sense was, the more confidence she had in refining her own dragon horn flying sword. Moreover, the strength of the spiritual awareness that had been tempered by Yang Chen was so high that it was simply stunning. Even Gao Yu was wondering if Master Wang Yong's spiritual awareness at the moment was as strong as Yang Chen's. Naturally, Gao Yu would never think that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness at this moment had far surpassed Wang Yong's level. The middle darching stage and the early darching stage seemed to be only separated by a small realm, but the gap between these two small realms was enough to exceed the early darching stage itself. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the gap between each level. Coming out of the state of cultivation, Yang Chen gently turned Gao Yu's body to face him. Looking at Gao Yu, who was also filled with joy, he slowly kissed Gao Yu's trembling red lips. Gao Yu moaned, her eyes closed, lost in the joy of mutual affection, and never wanted to wake up. It wasn't until a long time later that Yang Chen gently let go and looked down at his beloved master who had never been like this before. "You're not going to find Ling she's probably waiting anxiously." Gao Yu couldn't stand the burning eyes of Yang Chen. She gently punched Yang Chen's chest, then reached out and pushed herself out of Yang Chen's arms. Knowing that his master's face was tender, Yang Chen naturally would not push too hard. Anyway, his master had agreed to marry. There was a long time in the future. In the process of cultivation, there was enough time for the two to slowly taste the sweetness of husband and wife. On the side of senior sister Gong Sunling, there was naturally no problem. As early as in the territory of the demon sect, Gong Sunling had already regarded herself as Yang Chen's woman, otherwise, the two would not be so intimate. Even so, when Gong Sunling really heard Yang Chen's proposal and saw Gao Yu next to Yang Chen, she still showed ecstasy after confirming that she was not dreaming. Regardless of Gao Yu watching with a smile, she threw herself into Yang Chen's arms. Gong Sunling had been waiting for Yang Chen for a long time. Yang Chen easily held Gong Sunling in his arms with one hand. He looked down at Gong Sunling, who was crying with joy, and glanced at Gao Yu, who was smiling on the side. His other free hand pulled and immediately pulled Gao Yu to his side and held her in his arms. Gao Yu was going to struggle, but Yang Chen's arm seemed to become a steel hoop in an instant, which was extremely strong. Gao Yu knew that she couldn't get rid of it. She sighed in her heart, smiled slightly and called out, "Enemy." Then she gave up struggling and also put her body on Yang Chen's chest. Looking from a distance, Yang Chen's body became huge after cultivating the yellow turban strongman body refining technique, like a powerful gorilla, one in each hand, holding two petite beauties in his arms. If the two women struggled a little, it would simply be a real-life version of the Beauty and the Beast. Under the slightly overbearing embrace of Yang Chen, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling also looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes, and also saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that after confirming the relationship at this moment, Yang Chen no longer regarded them as masters and sisters, but as their wives, and he also had a trace of a husband's style. Looking at the two women in his arms and feeling the elasticity of the two women's delicate bodies, Yang Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. In a trance, he saw his past life again. Gong Sunling turned into ashes at the moment of the tribulation, and Gao Yu told him to escape and commit suicide. Everything seemed to happen in front of him. Two talented women died like this. In this life, Yang Chen would never let these tragedies repeat again. If Yang Chen wanted to marry his master and sister, he would have to report to the head of the palace and the ancestor. For the arrival of this day, whether it was the head of the palace or the other elders, it seemed that it had been expected. Everyone smiled and blessed, and no one objected. As for the ancestor Wang Yong, he was the one who supported Yang Chen to accept all of them, and there would be no disagreement. This was a major event in the Chunyang Palace. Even if it was not known to the whole world, at least it should be celebrated in the sect. The arrangement of the elders made Gao Yu and Gong Sunling always ashamed, but Yang Chen was thick-skinned and listened with a smile. However, what are you going to do with the cold plum fairy and the dancing snow fairy? After the bustle, the head of the palace seemed to remember this. Facing Yang Chen, he asked this question. The other elders were also quiet, waiting for Yang Chen's answer. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were related to the relationship between the Chunyang Palace and the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was not a small matter. They didn't know how Yang Chen considered it in this regard. As soon as this question came out, Yang Chen suddenly became silent. To be honest, he really didn't think about how to deal with the relationship with the two women. I am the master of Yang Chen, I make the decision. Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, I will marry them both. Before Yang Chen could answer, his master Gao Yu over there had already given the answer on behalf of Yang Chen. Chapter 760. Yang Chen's mind was still a little hesitant. On the one hand, he felt that accepting Gong Sunling was already a little unfair to his master. Secondly, Yang Chen has never figured out whether he should accept Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. This was not a wish that came from his heart. In other words, while feeling sorry for his master, the feelings of Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue have not yet reached the point where they could be together. This was not surprising. They did not spend a long time together. Although every meeting was very pleasant, it was not to the point where they would not marry anyone else. But now Gao Yu once again made the decision for Yang Chen as a master, and Yang Chen could not object. Gao Yu's identity was now very special. Not only was she Yang Chen's master, but she was also Yang Chen's wife. Whether it was Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan or Sun Qingxue, if they wanted to enter the Yang family, even if they had a high cultivation base, they had to bow their heads and call Gao Yu elder sister. In the end, Yang Chen still did not object to Gao Yu. He sighed and nodded. Since he had accepted them, he might as well accept them all. Yang Chen also did not want the cooperation between Chunyang Palace and Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island to be destroyed. The problem now was that there was no problem with Chunyang Palace, there was no problem with Gao Yu Gong Sunling, and there was no problem with Yang Chen. He just didn't know what Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue meant. Were they willing to work with Gao Yu and Gong Sunling for Yang Chen? In Yang Chen's view, Sun Qingxue may not have much objection, but it was hard to say for Shi Shanshan. With Shi Shanshan's arrogant temper, maybe she would not consider it at all. All right. When the head of the palace saw that Yang Chen also nodded, he was happy, and the other elders were also happy. This was everyone's ideal situation, and everyone was happy to see it happen. The sect will immediately choose a day to propose to the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect. Palace Master Zhong Jiao was happy and immediately made a decision. It is rare for Chunyang Palace to have such a happy event. The sect must organize it once. The palace master made a decision, and everyone naturally would not oppose it. The head of the palace wanted to do a big thing, but he used this as a cover to bring the relationship between the Chunyang Palace and the Blue Cloud sect of the Green Jade Immortal Island closer by 10%, which had a deep meaning. Yang Chen didn't need to intervene in the following matters. The sect would take care of it. The palace master even decided to personally go to the two major sects to propose marriage. As for the betrothal gifts, Chunyang Palace didn't have anything else, But the second-grade inner sensing pill and the second-grade questioning inner heart pill were definitely a big deal for other sects. Of course, the second-grade inner sensing pill could be prepared for a few more, but the second-grade questioning inner heart pill could only be prepared for 2, no more. But even so, it was a rare gift, and it would definitely make the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect satisfied. The sect arranged the marriage of Yang Chen. Naturally, it was necessary to take the birthdays of Yang Chen and the women to calculate the auspicious days. This period of time would not be very short. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Chen could go out. After determining the relationship with Yang Chen, Gaou and Gong Sunling naturally moved with Yang Chen. Originally, Gaou also wanted to travel with Yang Chen, but she had to temper the dragon horn and could not go out for the time being. Only Gong Sunling could accompany Yang Chen. This trip, Yang Chen was planning to collect a medicine-nourishing gourd left by an immortal on the Immortal Executioner stage. Yang Chen has been coveting this gourd for a long time, but he always felt that his strength was not enough and he couldn't collect it. Now the full attribute spirit power was condensed, and with a large number of first wood spiritual solution and seventh metal true essence spiritual solution as a foundation, Yang Chen already had the qualifications to collect this medicine-nourishing gourd. The medicine-nourishing gourd left by the immortal originally belonged to a top-grade alchemy master. After carefully refining the medicine-nourishing gourd, the medicinal pills placed in it would be slowly warmed by the gourd, purified and enhanced. Heaven-defying medicinal pills such as the questioning inner heart pill and the heaven-seizing pill were placed in the gourd, and there was no need to use talismans to block the medicinal properties. It was definitely a good thing that an alchemy master dreamed of. Gong Suanling's mountain river geographical map was that the more places it passed through, the more complete the geography drawn, and the greater the power of the formation. As long as there was a chance, Gong Sunling would go out. Now that she could travel with Yang Chen again, Gong Sunling was naturally eager. The location of the medicine-nourishing gourd was within the territory of the Dao sects. As long as he was a little careful, there would not be too much crisis. However, Yang Chen's identity was now special, and the Taishanmen were trying to take Yang Chen's life. In any case, it was better to be careful. Before going out, Yang Chen went to the Chenqiu Pavilion market again. Yang Chen also had to learn about the previous bounty on Yang Lan from Shangguan Feng. As Yang Chen expected, with Yang Chen once again increasing the bounty of spirit stones, Yang Lan, a guy in the foundation stage, even among the Taishanmen, was in a panic all day long, for fear that there would be people around him assassinating him at any time. He was cautious every day, not to mention leaving the Taishanmen. Even the outer mountain gate of the Taishanmen did not dare to pass easily. This was exactly the effect that Yang Chen needed. Although Yang Chen was not as frightened as him in his previous life, he had been fleeing under the shadow of being chased for hundreds of years. Relatively speaking, Yang Lan's suffering was only a few days, and it was not enough to pay off the interest of Yang Chen's previous life. The reward has been raised to 10 pounds of high-grade spirit stones. Yang Chen once again raised the reward. For a guy in the foundation stage, this was already a sky-high price, and even to deal with a cultivator in the early Jedan stage, it was more than enough. Don't look at such a small amount of spirit stones. There were many people who were willing to exchange the heads of other cultivators. Yang Chen wanted to make Yang Lan live in fear through the promotion of the reward after a period of time. Yang Lan was not like Yang Chen. In his previous life, he relied on the big tree of the Taishanmen to make a living, but his achievements were not high. At least Yang Chen had never seen the shadow of this guy in the spiritual world and immortal world for many years. He believed that when the reward given by Yang Chen was high enough, Yang Lan would be betrayed by the people in his sect, and they would take his head to Yang Chen to receive the reward. This was the life trajectory that Yang Chen planned for Yang Lan, and there would be no bias. Even Yang Chen hoped that Yang Lan would be more tenacious and more cunning, so that he could hold on to the last time. As Yang Chen said, with a questioning inner heart pill, there would definitely be an elder-level figure in the Taishanmen who would personally solve Yang Lan's problem. Coming to Shangguan Feng, Yang Chen also had another purpose, that was to let Shangguan Feng inquire about whether there was a high bounty outside. According to reason, the general reward would never attract more than a dozen assassins. They were masters of the Yuanying stage, And the worst was also the peak Jedan stage. How could they run for some spirit stones? Shangguan Feng now had cooperation with the Wine Immortal House, and it was naturally easy to inquire about this news. Shangguan Feng patted his chest and promised that the next time Yang Chen came, he would definitely give him a satisfactory answer. Chapter 761. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling set off together. Even if they rushed to the location of the medicine-nourishing gourd, it would take a few months. Both of them were in Yang Chen's shuttle. This time, Yang Chen did not intend to make it public, but he was very low-key. Anyway, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were together, and the two loved each other. Along the way, it didn't matter how long it was, the two had a happy time. Not to mention the two peoples lingering along the way. In recent days, there was another thing that caused the entire Dao sect to be in an uproar. The matter was still in the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, but it was not Yang Chen who proposed to Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue, but in a short period of less than 2 months, the two major sect had a new master of the Dacheng stage promoted. It was not surprising that a master of the peak Yuanying stage had been promoted to the Dacheng stage in a big sect. However, it was not so easy to be promoted to the Dacheng stage. In the past, Hua Wanting, Elder Hua, almost spent a whole 100 years competing with the blood demon Vine, and with a little help from Yang Chen, he was promoted. After that, for almost 100 years, there was no new master of the Dacheng stage. The old tree demon was his own accumulation, and he was still a monster race, the real Dao sect cultivator. After 100 years, there was only one Wang Yong of Chunyang Palace. However, Wang Yong had only been promoted for a few years, and immediately there were two peak Yuanying stage cultivators who were promoted, and both of them were sects related to Chunyang Palace, which was surprising. In fact, everyone understood that this was definitely the credit of the questioning inner heart pill. This kind of good thing that could allow the masters of the Dacheng stage to take the opportunity to break through the realm. If used on the masters of the Yuanying stage, it could also make people reborn in their state of mind. Wang Yong's promotion was related to the questioning inner heart pill, and the two masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect were also related to the questioning inner heart pill. After the confirmation of the two major sect, the value of the questioning inner heart pill soared to another level. It was not known how many masters who were trapped in the peak Yuanying stage waiting for their lifespan to run out, were desperate to get a questioning inner heart pill. Everyone knew that the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill was in the hands of the Pure Yang Palace's Yang Chen. All the questioning inner heart pills that appeared now came from Yang Chen's handwriting, and there was no exception. All eyes seemed to be focused on Chunyang Palace. If it was in the past, a small second-rate sect would definitely have a master come to the door and coerce Chunyang Palace to hand over the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill or force Yang Chen to help refine the questioning inner heart pill. However, today was different from the past. The current Chunyang Palace was not the same as it was in the past. It had established a cooperative alliance with the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. Even if it was the Taishanmen, without any real evidence, they would not dare to easily deal with Chunyang Palace. Moreover, some big sects knew that even if the Green Jade Immortal Island and Chunyang Palace wanted to refine the questioning inner heart pill, they had to pay enough remuneration to Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen, and they also had to prepare their own medicinal materials. From this point of view, whether it was the Five Elements sect or the Chenkuan sect, they all wanted to have a little relationship with Chunyang Palace. Otherwise, they would not have accepted some secret plain compensation from the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, and they would not have been more closely related to the two major sect. It was clear that they wanted to build a line with Chunyang Palace through the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. After all, there had been no intersection before. Even if it was the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect, they could not overlook Chunyang Palace with the eyes of the past. If they asked for help, they must have the attitude of asking for help. In this regard, the Five Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect did well enough, and they had enough patience. Cultivation knew no time. A mere few years or even a few decades to establish a good cooperative relationship was definitely not a big deal for the people of these big sects. Even if it took a longer time, it was definitely worth it. Not to look at the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, they had only cooperated for a few decades, hadn't they? In the same way, Didn't the Taishanmen want to get the questioning inner heart pill? However, the previous arrangements against Yang Chen against Chunyang Palace have completely pushed Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen to the opposite side. Even if the Taishanmen wanted to build a relationship with Chunyang Palace, it was impossible with the hatred of Yang Chen's previous life. In the Battle of the Secret Plane, the Taishanmen lost 5 Darching Stage Masters and the 2 major sect lost 3 each. Originally, there was some balance. After all, the 2 major sects' foundation was not as deep as the Taishanmen's, and the number of such top masters was still insufficient. Originally, there was still a little advantage, but now, the miserable Taishanmen could only watch the 2 major sect cultivate 2 brand new Darching Stage Masters in less than a few years. And with the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sects questioning inner heart pill in hand, this situation would only appear more and more. For the Taishanmen, this was definitely a fatal thing. If the current situation was allowed to develop, the top power of the Taishanmen would be surpassed by the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. At this moment, the Taishanmen's reserve force was hit hard. The Taishanmen's Dao sect leader status was already in jeopardy. All of this seemed to be related to Yang Chen. The high-level Taishanmen wanted to break their heads, but they couldn't figure out why a kid in the early Jedan stage who cultivated under their eyelids could bring them such great trouble. From the questioning inner heart pill, the high-level Taishanmen also seemed to have speculated about the cause of the death of the Yuanying stage masters and those killers who died in the pursuit of Yang Chen. With this kind of good thing, it was not impossible to ask 1 or 2 Darching stage masters to secretly protect him. With this speculation, the high-level Taishanmen suddenly had no confidence in killing Yang Chen. Such an enchanting guy, if there were a few Darching stage masters secretly protecting him, what kind of lineup would it take to kill Yang Chen? The problem was that now for the development of the sect, Yang Chen must be killed. Otherwise, once Yang Chen refined more and more questioning inner heart pills, the threat to the Taishanmen would become greater and greater. Now the 5 Elements sect and the Chenkuan sect were faintly leaning towards the side of Chunyang Palace. Once the other 4 major sects got Yang Chen's questioning inner heart pills, but the Taishanmen did not, it would be a deadly threat to the Taishanmen. In any case, Yang Chen must be killed. Not only that, but they must also rob or destroy the pill recipes that Yang Chen may have left. They were afraid that it was not enough to deal with Yang Chen alone, they had to count the entire Chunyang Palace. There was no moment when the Taishanmen would feel that the small second-rate sect of Chunyang Palace would be so threatening that they would want to get rid of it quickly. All of this was just because of the emergence of the enchanting character Yang Chen. If that stupid guy had not thrown Yang Chen out of the gate of the Taishanmen, how good would that be? Chapter 762. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, leisurely all the way as if they were sightseeing. They slowly swam toward the location of the medicine-nourishing gourd, regardless of the sky that had been turned upside down because of the questioning inner heart pill. Gong Sunling took out her best craftsmanship. Just like a wife, she carefully prepared food for Yang Chen every meal according to the time. Anyway, Gong Sunling's main energy now was to temper her life source magic weapon and consolidate her cultivation base. The Mountain River geographical map had its special effect. As long as she traveled to enough places, she could improve it. There was no need for Gong Sunling to consume too much energy to immerse herself in cultivation. In this way, it was naturally advantageous to Yang Chen. Every meal, Yang Chen could enjoy the food that Gong Sunling carefully designed and made for Yang Chen. Every meal made Yang Chen smile and want more. Every time at this time, Gong Sunling would be by Yang Chen's side, dutifully adding food and rice for him, and then watching Yang Chen eat the food she prepared with joy. Her face was full of a satisfied smile. Yang Chen knew that the best way to treat his beloved wife who cooked for him with her heart was to gobble up the food she made. This was the greatest respect for her heart. And Yang Chen did the same. Gong Sunling's appetite was small, and cultivators rarely ate some mortal food. Almost 99% of the delicious food fell into Yang Chen's mouth. In addition to this, the two talked about some mountains and rivers, geography, and travel. Gong Sunling was essentially still an array cultivator. For array cultivators, no matter how powerful the array was, it was nothing more than the whole world. No matter how powerful the master was, he had to survive in the world and could not jump out of it. The reason why the mountain river geographical map was so powerful was precisely because of this. Therefore, what Yang Chen and Gong Sunling said was nothing more than to let Gong Sunling have a better understanding of the natural world, which was also of great benefit to her cultivation. Of course, no matter how much Yang Chen said, it was not as good as Gong Sunling's own experience and travel around the world. However, that was definitely a matter in the future. Naturally, when the two were together, there was no lack of spiritual awareness double cultivation. The great improvement of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had great benefits for Gong Sunling's improvement. In fact, before returning to Chunyang Palace, Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness had already been raised to the peak of the early Yuanying stage. And every time they cultivated, the spiritual awareness of the two would be more condensed. Although Yang Chen had a more powerful physical double cultivation method in his mind, Yang Chen did not intend to cultivate when everyone was in the early Jedan stage. Not to mention that Yang Chen, Gaou, and Gong Sunling were all tempering their life source magic weapons. Rashly cultivating double cultivation would damage their life source magic weapons. Just now, their cultivation was too low, and it was not enough to cultivate those double cultivation methods. For the double cultivation below the Yuanying stage, unless there was no other way, Yang Chen would never consider it. This was not only for Gaou and Gong Sunling, but also for Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue in the future. Yang Chen would rather cultivate the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra with them than to easily cultivate his body and spirit power. Originally, it was thought that the upsurge of the new masters of the Darching stage would slowly weaken with the passage of time. However, when a master visited the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen was once again pushed to the forefront of the storm. The one who visited the two major sects was the Black Tiger predecessor of the Beast Taming sect. In fact, strictly speaking, the first to accept the monster race was not Chunyang Palace, but the Beast Taming sect. However, the cultivation method of the Beast Taming sect was relatively special and could not be completely separated from the relationship with the monsters. Every monster pet was a monster beast, and a powerful monster pet was a more powerful monster beast. In essence, these monsters were the monster race, but they were the monster race controlled by people. Of course, the Dao sects could accept this kind of thing, there was no doubt. The identity of the Black Tiger predecessor was also a monster pet left by an ascended predecessor to take care of the sect. The powerful master of the Beast Taming sect would never have only one monster pet, and it was not difficult to leave one behind. With the lifespan of the Black Tiger monster race, coupled with the cultivation base of the Darching stage, no matter which sect, he could afford the title of a senior. What's more, now the Beast Taming sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island Blue Cloud sect Chunyang Palace have been cooperating to manage the 100,000 mountains. Of course, the two major sects received him with the courtesy of a senior. This year, it was the time for the Black Tiger predecessor to leave the 100,000 mountains. Because there were few masters of the Darching stage in the Beast Taming sect and Chunyang Palace, the two sects took turns to send masters. When the Black Tiger predecessor came back, it was his turn to visit Chunyang Palace. Of course, it was the clone of the old tree demon Gui Shanyu who went to Chunyang Palace. The Black Tiger predecessor visited the two major sects purely out of courtesy. The Beast Taming sect has also received a lot of resources and rapid development in recent years, and it definitely had the most direct relationship with the four sects. As a small sect, the Beast Taming sect certainly knew where these benefits came from, so it was natural for the Black Tiger predecessor to visit the two major sects as the most respected existence of the Beast Taming sect. Don't look at the Black Tiger predecessor sitting in the 100,000 mountains, but what happened in the past 10 years has not been hidden from his eyes and ears. There were also some well-informed people in the 100,000 mountains, especially after the four major sects took control of the 100,000 mountains. Many people in the Dao sects went to the 100,000 mountains to try their luck, and the Black Tiger predecessor knew no less than anyone. It was originally just a courtesy visit, but when he was in the Blue Cloud sect, he still talked about this secret plane battle by accident. For this level of secret plane, the Black Tiger predecessor has never had extravagant hopes, but when he heard that the Blue Cloud sect had two masters of the Darching stage who were seriously injured, it was likely that they would not be able to recover for hundreds of years or even longer. He still showed a little surprise, and at the same time, there was also a little hesitation. Sect Master Lu was aware of this for the time being, and he weighed it a little in his heart, and sincerely asked the Black Tiger predecessor for advice. Anyway, Sect Master Lu was also a junior in the face of the Black Tiger predecessor. It was natural for the younger generation to ask the senior for advice. When the old man was crossing the Yin Fire tribulation, he was seriously injured. Although he was lucky enough to be promoted to the Darching stage, the hidden injuries have been in the body. The Black Tiger predecessor hesitated for a moment, but still said it out. I have been suppressing the hidden injuries for hundreds of years, and a few decades ago, I was finally unable to suppress it. This was the secret of the beast taming sect, which was related to the life and death of the beast taming sect. The beast taming sect has never announced it to the public. Now that the Black Tiger predecessor has already recovered, it was no big deal to say it to Sect Master Lu. This was also the first time that Sect Master Lu heard this secret of the beast taming sect, and he was very focused. When the hidden injuries were about to break out in full force soon, this old man met Yang Chen. The Black Tiger predecessor finally said the most important part. After he saw the injury of this old man, he refined 2 medicinal pills for this old man. One is called the Black Tiger Calming Pill, the other is called the Black Tiger Yuan Replenishing Pill. After taking the 2 medicinal pills, this old man's hundreds of years of hidden injuries were healed. Chapter 763. At this point, it was already clear that it couldn't be clearer. Before, everyone was still talking about the success or failure of the secret plane. The Blue Cloud sect sent 6 masters of the Darching stage, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured. Not to mention the dead one, but the 2 seriously injured ones, the situation was similar to that of the Black Tiger predecessor. What's more, the injury of the Black Tiger predecessor was a hidden injury left by the Yin Fire tribulation. Strictly speaking, it was still more serious than the injury of their formation. Even the injury of the Black Tiger predecessor could be healed. Didn't that mean that these 2 seriously injured Darching stage masters could also do the same? The first 3 masters of the Darching stage who were sent were the 3 guys in the Blue Cloud sect who didn't listen to Sect Master Lu. However, after this secret plane lesson, coupled with the questioning inner heart pill that created a new master of the Darching stage, the remaining 2 seriously injured guys must have understood the general trend. In this case, if the 2 seriously injured masters of the Darching stage could be healed, wouldn't it mean that the strength of the Blue Cloud sect would immediately return to before the secret plane competition, and they would be more united, and there would be more resources in the secret plane? Sect Master Lu has been in charge of the Blue Cloud sect for many years, and of course, the key to this could be understood. After listening to the description of the Black Tiger predecessor, he was overjoyed. If Yang Chen could heal the injury of the Black Tiger predecessor, it was very likely that he could also heal the injuries of the 2 masters of the Darching stage in the sect. When they were cured of their injuries and obedient, the benefits were self-evident. Since this matter has already been said in the Blue Cloud sect, the Black Tiger predecessor in the Green Jade Immortal Island also did not favor one over the other, and said the same thing. The Lord of Tantai and Sect Master Lu's ideas were almost the same, otherwise, they would not have such a tacit understanding in the previous secret plane competition, each sending a few disobedient guys. Although the Green Jade Immortal Island had 2 Darching stage masters dead and only one was seriously injured, he was also a master of the Darching stage. If he could be healed, even if he didn't listen, it was also the power of the sect. Everything seemed to have returned to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, who was planning to collect the medicine-nourishing gourd outside, did not know that he had unconsciously become the focus of everyone's attention. These secrets were, of course, limited to the upper echelons of the 2 major sect. Senior Black Tiger would not meet just anyone and say that his serious injuries were healed by Yang Chen. Therefore, not many people knew about this. However, there was another thing about Yang Chen that everyone knew, and it quickly caused a sensation. The Palace Master of the Chunyang Palace personally went to the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect to propose to the Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy respectively for their own sect's disciple Yang Chen. This matter did not have much concealment and quickly spread throughout the Dao sects. Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy, as long as one was a cultivator, one would know the names of these 2. She came from a prestigious clan, had exceptional talent, and was also incomparably beautiful. Any one of them would be the Tao companion of countless cultivators. It was not known how many people had the idea of the two fairies. But now, a disciple of the Chunyang Palace dared to risk the world's condemnation and tried to marry the two fairies as Tao companions. How could it not make countless people who had the idea of the two women angry? Although Shashanshan had already said that she was Yang Chen's person, didn't this never become a fact? Many people were looking forward to the sudden death of Yang Chen, and they could take the opportunity to enter. Although Dancing Snow Fairy did not say so clearly, many people in the Blue Cloud sect also knew that the relationship between Sun Qingxue and Yang Chen seemed to have reached the point of being a monarch. People who knew about this kind of thing understood, but they also knew one thing, that was, it was not difficult for Yang Chen to become a Tao companion with any one of them. However, if he was greedy and wanted to marry the two beauties, imitating a Huang and Nuying, it was simply impossible. Not to mention that the two women would not agree to this kind of thing, but the two major sects of the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect could not pass. Needless to say that the head of the Chunyang Palace personally came forward. Even if the head of the Taishanmen sect came forward, the two major sects might not give face to the head of the Taishanmen sect. What's more, this was not the most extreme. The most devastating thing was that Yang Chen, this kid, actually wanted to marry his master and senior sister at the same time. At this point, the Chunyang Palace did not hide it at all. According to this, Cold Plum Fairy and Dancing Snow Fairy were not necessarily Yang Chen's wives. After hearing this news, the first reaction in everyone's mind was to slap their faces. This was definitely Chunyang Palace slapping the faces of the two major sects. There was no other explanation. Was there anything more ridiculous than hearing this? Compared with this kind of shock, Yang Chen wanted to marry his master, which was almost a small sesame seed. Among the cultivators, there were many master and apprentice double cultivation, so it was not worth making a fuss. What really shocked everyone was that the move of the Chunyang Palace was definitely treating the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect as easy targets to bully, soft persimmons that could be taken. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't be tolerated? There was no formal attitude on the side of the two major sects, but the cultivators in the world were already in an uproar. What did the Chunyang Palace want to do? Even if they wanted to die, it was not like this. Did they really think that Yang Chen, a small alchemy master, could be so arrogant? Yes, in the world of cultivators, alchemy masters were indeed distinguished, and ordinary people were not willing to provoke them easily. However, this did not include the big sect like the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. Which big sect did not have a few senior alchemy masters? Did they really think that without a small Yang Chen, no one could refine medicinal pills? Among them, the happiest was the Taishanmen. The move of the Chunyang Palace was absolutely self-destructive. The alliance established with the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect was ruined because of the stupid move of the Chunyang Palace. As long as there was no alliance with the two major sects, if the Taishanmen wanted to destroy the Chunyang Palace, it was just a matter of minutes. Everyone was waiting for the reply from the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect. Everyone was waiting to see the joke of Chunyang Palace and Yang Chen. Countless gloating guys were even thinking about how they could get the greatest benefits from the Chunyang Palace once Chunyang Palace was abandoned by the two major sects. If they could grab the pill recipe of the questioning inner heart pill, it simply meant the brightest future. Yang Chen, who was in the teeth of the storm, was not aware of being noticed at all. He was traveling with Gong Sunling along the way, slowly approaching the location of the medicine-nourishing gourd. There were still 10 days of journey ahead, and it was the destination. At that time, the medicine-nourishing gourd that Yang Chen dreamed of would be in Yang Chen's pocket. Chapter 764. Yang Chen's destination was in the mountains near the west. Although it was still the territory of the Tao sects, because the spiritual veins here were relatively rare, few cultivators would come here except for some rogue cultivators and occasional fellows. However, few people came did not mean that no one came. At least Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had now met a few, and it seemed that they were very rude to Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Fellow Taoists, this is the place where the master of the family seclusion practice, please leave. 4 masters of the peak Jedan realm stood in a row and blocked the way of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. The 4 looked at Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, and their eyes were not good. Approaching the destination, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling gave up the shuttle and changed to flying on the sword, but the speed was still not fast, just to find the most accurate place. Unexpectedly, before they reached the location that the immortal said, they were suddenly stopped by 4 people. Seclusion. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were both stunned. There was a lack of spiritual veins here. Even if it was daily cultivation, there was not enough spiritual power, unless a large number of spirit stones were used to supplement it. It was too much to describe it as a place where birds did not lay eggs. There were actually people who secluded themselves here. Fortunately, this was not the destination of Yang Chen. If others wanted to seclude themselves, Yang Chen could not control them. Listening to the words of the 4 people, Yang Chen said indifferently, if that is the case, then let's take a detour. When Yang Chen spoke, Gong Sunling stood quietly behind Yang Chen and did not speak. Since Yang Chen had come forward, she only had to wait for Yang Chen to deal with it, and she did not have to worry about anything else. This kind of attitude was a complete mess. It was said that the 4 people had no reason to make things difficult for Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. However, things were unpredictable. Just as Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were about to leave in another direction, the leader of the 4 suddenly rushed in front of them and blocked their way. My master is in seclusion here, and everything within a 500-kilometer radius is a forbidden area. Fellow Taoists, please return to where you came from, so as to avoid harming our friendship. The Jedan realm master who appeared in front of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had a cold face. While blocking the way, he threatened coldly. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, Yang Chen's destination was included. Yang Chen looked in that direction and could not help but sigh. He did not have the intention to fight with them, but there would always be people who would take the initiative to come to him. He could not help it. I don't know how long you will be in seclusion. I will come back when the time is right. Before making a move, Yang Chen still lowered his stance and tried to solve it in other ways. He was here to retrieve something, not to fight to the death with others. Generally speaking, Yang Chen was still a person who was easy to talk to. As long as it was not something too excessive, Yang Chen would not pursue it. Just like when Guang Ning of Bright Moon Palace wanted to snatch Yang Chen's brilliant ray sword, Yang Chen did not get angry at first, and even promised to give him a better flying sword. If it was not for Guang Ning's pressure, Yang Chen would not have killed him. To Yang Chen, cultivation was not about killing. If he really wanted to kill, the number of immortals Yang Chen had killed would be more than the number of immortals that everyone in this world had heard of. At Yang Chen's level, he was not interested in arguing with a bunch of kids in the mortal world. If it was a few Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, perhaps Yang Chen would still have some thoughts. The higher one stood, the more humble they would appear. Yang Chen seemed to be in such a state now. Naturally, this was also related to his memories from his previous life. Hearing Yang Chen's words, the other party obviously did not expect Yang Chen to answer like this. Even if it was an unreasonable person, when met with Yang Chen's response, there seemed to be no reason for him to get angry. You said not to go in, fine, I won't go in, I will take a detour. You said not to take a detour, I will go back the same way, fine, but I will ask when I can pass. Since it was just a retreat, and it was not a long-term occupation here, there must be a time limit, right? One would not hit a smiling person. Which guy who could cultivate to the peak of the gold core realm was a fool who would stir up trouble everywhere? This, the patriarch did not say, but the other party was obviously stunned for a moment, and then replied. After answering, he seemed to feel that he could not give a definite answer. After hesitating for a while, he said, after 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Yang Chen frowned directly. With the current cultivation speed of Yang Chen and the women, 1,000 years was enough for them to ascend. What was the point of taking things? Kid, if you want to go, just go, don't talk nonsense. The answer of the guy opposite obviously did not satisfy the others, and suddenly a voice next to him interrupted, if you don't want to go, I don't mind keeping you here forever. It seems that it is not bad to accept a little guy as a slave. Another voice seemed to be more ferocious. In addition, This little girl seems to have a good aptitude. If she is offered to the master as a furnace, we will also have a great reward." With one sentence, Yang Chen's face suddenly became cold. Yang Chen did not mind others using the attitude just now to let him leave, but the words involved Gong Sunling, that was another matter. "I don't quite understand what he's saying. Please explain it to me a little." Yang Chen's face changed quickly, and he immediately recovered his calmness, and asked the person standing in front of him in a deep voice. The person opposite glared at the last guy who had just spoken rudely, and was about to say something, but the guy had already directly opened his mouth and said, "You don't understand? The woman behind you, my master wants her. If you offer her with both hands, we can let you be our slave and spare your life. Will it kill you to speak nicely?" Yang Chen sighed, took 2 steps back, turned his head and said to Gong Sunling next to him, "Ling they want you, then you play with them." Gong Sunling nodded silently, took 2 steps forward, and replaced Yang Chen's position. Yang Chen let Gong Sunling stand up, of course, for her to gain experience. Although cultivation was not to kill people, combat experience was essential. And the 4 guys at the peak of the gold core realm in front of her seemed to be just right for Gong Sunling to practice. Although Gong Sunling was now only at the early stage of the gold core realm, in terms of cultivation aptitude, Gong Sunling was not worse than Shishanshan and Sun Qingxue. In her previous life, she did not have the resources that the 2 fairies had in their sect, and secondly, it was the wrong direction of cultivation. But in this life, it was completely different. With the strong support and guidance of Yang Chen, Gong Sunling had embarked on a completely different path. Wu Tu True Secret Art, plus the Taishian Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, had raised Gong Sunling's combat effectiveness to the point where she could fight with the peak of the gold core realm.